Dear guests, we should be probably starting. Okay. It is with great pleasure that I welcome you to Rondeli Security Conference. Especially, I'm grateful that you made it despite the pandemic. It's really great to see, all of you. This conference is very special for us as it marks the 20th years of GFSIS activities and 18th jubilee of the founder and first president of our institution, Alex Rondeli. For those who do not know Alex, who have not met Alex, he was an exceptional person, scholar, mentor, citizen, and patriot of Georgia in the true sense of the word. While he never served as an ambassador outside of Georgia, he was probably the best ambassador for his country. Alex possessed an exceptional charisma and a unique skill to explain complex issues in the simplest possible way with a rare combination of deep insight, realism, and humor. He understood Russia extremely well and knew that the post-Soviet transition was a difficult process with many challenges ahead, and that a lot in this process will depend on the educated elites making sound decisions and addressing complex problems of a young state. As a teacher and mentor, he raised a cohort of diplomats and national security professionals. He also knew that institutions rather than powerful personalities matter to achieve sustainable progress. Alex launched an international relations department at the Tbilisi State and later an independent analytical center, GFSIS. He worked hard to build a culture of independent scholarship, national security, and public policy analysis, and durable institutions as the pillars of the Georgian public sphere. We are proud that we are able to continue the work he has started 20 years ago with the same spirit and the same idea. His efforts to establish GFSIS could not have been possible without people understanding the importance of this endeavor. And I would like to specifically thank Mr. Irakli Menagharishvili, then Minister of Foreign Affairs, who lobbied for the initiative. And I would also like to stress that the role of the US Embassy in Tbilisi was crucial in making GFSIS a reality. And Ambassador Degnan, thank you for your continuous support and for being with us on this important for us occasion. I appreciate. Our appreciation also goes to our partners and supporters who have been with us during those 20 years and have helped us to carry out our mission. Last but not least, the role of the Swedish government should be emphasized, as their support has been instrumental to transform GFSIS into a sustainable institution. And special thanks goes to the Swedish government. A couple of days ago, when I was thinking about this conference, I came across Alex's interview given exactly 7 years ago in January, actually on 20th January of 2015. What struck me is the analysis of several important issues of Georgia's foreign and domestic policy, which still holds true today. And he said that Georgia cannot shut itself off from the developments taking place outside its borders, and that those challenges can only be overcome in close partnership with our country's Western friends by being a consolidated nation where the democratic development is actually taking place. These needs have never before been as acute as they are in Georgia now. So today, all of us can see the international events are developing in a very dynamic and dangerous manner. Geopolitical confrontations in various parts of the world are crystallizing into the conflict between the democratic and autocratic camps. These opposing camps are likely to struggle for years, perhaps even for decades. The choice of the preeminent political doctrine according to which our civilization will develop in the future appears to be at stake. We can also see that the possibility of major interstate wars is firmly back on the the table. The most immediate such threat in our neighborhood concerns Ukraine, of course. None of us here know how Russia will act in the next few weeks and months. The initiative is in Moscow's hands. Undermining Ukrainian sovereignty lies at the core of the Russian imperial ambition. The geographic sphere of dominance envisaged by the Kremlin cannot exist without Ukraine somehow included. On the other hand, if Russia were to achieve its objectives in Ukraine, despite the West's resistance, the position of other Russian neighbors who still stand against the ambitions, its ambitions would become critical. Then the current regime in Moscow would come closer than ever to redeeming what Putin called the major geopolitical disaster of the 20th century. I would like to stress that freedom-loving people here in Georgia give their full support to Ukraine. Moscow's imperial designs threaten all of us, but Ukraine now has to face the brunt of the Russian aggression like Georgia did in 2008. The destiny of Ukraine is tied to ours, and in this dangerous time, the Ukrainians deserve all support they can get from their friends and partners. Russia's neighbors are not the only ones targeted by Moscow. Russia is working against the Western interests wherever it can and seeks to cooperate with other opponents of the West. Moscow's systematic actions and the open rhetoric of its leaders make it clear that the ultimate outcome sought by Russia is to end the American and Western global leadership and also to end democracy as the world's preeminent system of political organization and values. Russia's actions against the sovereignty of its neighbors and the actions against the Western interests all over the globe run in parallel, serving a single strategic vision pursued with persistence and determination. Although perhaps the most important one, Ukraine, is not the only country in Russia's neighborhood which Moscow is targeting. In Belarus, the democratic movement has been ruthlessly suppressed, and now the ruling regime is closer than ever to integrating the country with the Russian Federation. In Georgia, the occupation of the 20% of the country continues with the borderization and daily intimidation of people living alongside the occupation line. In Moldova, Russian troops remain in Transnistria against the will of the Moldovan government. Russian troops have now been placed in Nagorno-Karabakh, and as we have just recently seen, Kazakhstan, Russia maintains a firm grip on its Asian zone of geopolitical dominance. Situation in our country, Georgia, is troubling. Democratic backsliding and the consequent polarization in the political spectrum and society hamper Georgia's ability to resist external threats and challenges. For Georgia, democratic backsliding is not only an issue of internal politics, but of national security as well. For our country, becoming a genuine democracy is the only way to become a viable state. It is a strategic imperative and a matter of survival. Besides internal political threats in Georgia's democratic development, our country is also facing incessant pressure of the Russian influence activities. Anti-Western and pro-Russian disinformation and propaganda effort continues relentlessly. Political actors in Georgia, openly or covertly associated with Russia, are becoming more active and more aggressive. In July of the last year, we saw a symbolic act by violent pro-Russian mobs when they tore down the EU flag in front of the Georgian parliament. Russian policies and rhetoric show on us that Moscow wants Georgia back under its geopolitical control. If that were to happen, it will deprive Georgia of its national perspective and democratic future. And it is to protect both democracy and sovereignty that we seek the path of the Euro-Atlantic integration. This is the reason why the majority of Georgians support strategic partnerships with the Western states and organizations, including NATO and the European Union. What Russia has been doing in Georgia is part of a wider struggle that Moscow is waging both against its neighbors and the West. We can see that the struggle is now intensifying. It is even possible that it's approaching the decisive stage, which is at least for the nations of the Russian neighborhood. That's why it's especially important now for everyone in our country and in our region who supports political freedom and opposes Russian geopolitical domination to consult and work together among ourselves and with our Western partners. And let me conclude with Alex, the last paragraph from the Alex interview. Given the situation, deviating from the path of freedom is tantamount to a national catastrophe. It means that our nation will never again have the strength nor the will to attempt to pursue the pursuit of freedom once again. Therefore, precisely today and right now, people, society, and the nation must remain resolute. And in such a case, we will ultimately prevail. We need to know Russia is not a choice. Russia is an enslavement. Once again, thank you for your participation. Thank you for patience to listen to my long speech, and wish to all of us interesting and provoking discussion, if I say. And with this, I would like to ask Ambassador Degnan to say a couple of words. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Eka. It's really an honor to be here today to mark the 80th Jubilee of Alex Rondeli, who founded this organization 20 years ago, and also to congratulate the Rondeli Foundation on its 20th anniversary. I think we all wish that Alex Rondeli were here, someone who did know Russia so well, because we need all of our Russian experts to weigh in right now and consult. And that is why the timing of this conference today is particularly important. We've started the year 2022 with some very significant events. The meetings last week in Geneva, in Vienna, in Brussels were an opportunity to get a sense of why, what is driving Russia in trying to basically overturn 30 years of peace, stability, and economic growth through the threat of force. In that respect, again, I think the discussions today come at a pivotal time as we look at how to preserve not just European security, but in some ways the way of life that we together have built over the last 30 years. As the United States has said on a number of occasions, it is really important to remember that this is a crisis that was created by the Kremlin. It's not clear why, and that is why these discussions in different fora are very important. The NATO-Russia Council in particular, if you think about it, 25 years ago was created for this very opportunity, this very purpose of having discussions with Russia. Since 2014, it's largely been Russia who has refused to come to that table to have these kinds of conversations, because the agenda insisted on including Ukraine in the discussion of Crimea. What we need to see now, and I think what the coming days will show and weeks will show, is whether Russia is really serious about dialogue. Again, there have been fora available for dialogue, and that is not what is missing from the scene here. What's missing from the scene is the political will to make good use of these fora to resolve concerns that may be out there, to renew arms control treaties and other assurances that were part of keeping the last 30 years peaceful and stable, and allowed many of our countries to really prosper in a significant way. We are, as you have seen, working very closely with our European allies, with the government of Ukraine, here in Georgia as well. And I will just restate what I hope you have heard from Wendy Sherman, who's leading our delegation, as well as many other US officials. As we engage in this high-level diplomacy with Russia, our actions are guided by these key principles. And they're principles that have been the basis, the foundation for this European security architecture that we together have built and maintained. Decisions regarding NATO membership are up to each individual applicant country and the 30 NATO allies. No other country has a voice or a veto in those decisions. We will not negotiate about Europe without Europe. We will not negotiate about NATO without NATO. We will not negotiate about Ukraine without Ukraine, and we will not negotiate about Georgia without Georgia. That is very important because that is one of the narratives that Russia has been trying to use to divide the alliance, to divide Europeans and Americans, to divide us. And clearly we have seen that our strength is in unity. Fundamental principle that countries have the sovereign right to choose their own economic and security partners. This is being tested right now, and it is, again, a foundation that we will not change or put in question. Here, it is up to the people of Georgia to decide who Georgia's partners will be. And for years, the resounding majority of Georgians have chosen European Union membership and NATO membership and being integrated into the Euro-Atlantic family of nations. That is the choice that Georgians have made. That is why so many of us are here supporting Georgia for the last 30 years in trying to achieve that aspiration. The United States remains committed to Georgia's sovereignty and territorial integrity, and we fully support the choice of the people of Georgia to pursue that Euro-Atlantic integration. We stand united with Georgia, with Ukraine, with the rest of Europe in the face of Russia's efforts to overturn European security that has helped all of us to prosper for the last 30 years. I'll just repeat again, because I think it's particularly apt here in Georgia. Our strength is in unity. Zala Ertobashia, Madloba.
Thank you, Leslie. Thank you. And with this, we can, I guess, proceed to the first panel. But for that, we need some technical help. Yes.
Joe? Good to see you. Oh, rather relieved to see you. Please, Nicola.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
What are you talking about?
Sorry?
What are you talking about?
I think I'm supposed to be talking about the British perspective.
All right. I wonder, do I have a
Okay,
microphone here?
thank you.
Yeah, it's
All right.
it's over your, it's attached to your mask at the moment.
All right. Good morning, everyone. I'm Georgi Badridze with the Georgian Foundation of Strategic and International Studies. It is my huge pleasure and honor to start this star-filled panel on the topic that actually is probably on everyone's mind these days, and definitely not just in Russia's neighborhood. It's called the Western response to the Russian resurgence. Unrelenting assertiveness of the Kremlin regime and the rise of authoritarianism raise alarm in those who stand for democracy in the countries neighboring Russia. The West's response to these trends appears uneven, raising questions about its strategic perspective. What is the Western vision of the contemporary world order? What is the Western strategy in the Eastern Europe and South Caucasus? Is the Western support for democracy in our region robust enough? And how will the West respond to Russia's next move? There are plenty of examples of the Western misconceptions in the past, and one of the issues that we're trying to resolve today is to see whether Western understanding of Russia's motives is realistic. So this is why we have assembled this really great experts today. And I will start with a very brief introduction. Monsieur Nicolas Tenzer from Paris. Professor Tenzer graduated from École Normale Supérieure, Sciences Po, Paris, and École Nationale d'Administration, the famous ENA. He held senior positions within the French government. He wrote 3 official reports for the French government and 22 books. He is a chairman of the Center for Studies and Research on Political Decision and the former publisher of the review Les Banquets. He is notably guest professor at Paris School of International Affairs. Since May 2021, he is the publisher of Desk Russie, a bi-monthly newsletter on Russia and countries of the former Soviet space. He has been visiting professor at foreign universities in the United States, Canada, Serbia, South Korea, Poland, etc. And is a guest speaker at many international conferences on security and international issues. He regularly appears in reference newspapers worldwide and TV and radio talk shows. He's the owner of the leading strategy blog launched in June 2021, Tenzer Strategic. Our next speaker would be Maria Domanska from Poland. Dr. Domanska is a senior fellow at the Warsaw-based Center of Eastern Studies, OSW. She joined OSW in 2015 and specializes in Russian domestic politics with a focus on formal and informal aspects of Russian political system, state-society relations, federal and regional elites, politics of memory, and domestic determinants of the Kremlin foreign policy. Between 2006 and 2015, she worked on in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, including as the head of the political section in the Polish embassy in Moscow. She holds a PhD in political science from the University of Warsaw. She's the author of major books and other papers on Russian domestic politics, and you can check her publications at the OSW website. Ian Bond, our old friend, Ambassador Bond is the director of the foreign policy at the Center for European Reform in London. Before joining CER in 2013, he was a member of the British diplomatic service for 28 years. His last appointment was as political counselor and joint head of the Foreign and Security Policy Group in the British Embassy in Washington, D.C., where he focused on US foreign policy toward Europe, the former Soviet Union, Asia, and Africa. Mr. Bond was the British ambassador to Latvia. He was posted in Vienna as deputy head of UK delegation to the Organization of Security and Cooperation in Europe from 2000 to 2004, working on human rights and democracy in the OSCE area and on conflict prevention and resolution in the Balkans and the former Soviet Union. His earlier career included postings in Moscow, NATO headquarters, and working in the Foreign and Commonwealth Office on the former Soviet Union, on the EU's common foreign and security policy, and NATO and UK defense policy. Joining us virtually, and very sorry, Christy, that you weren't able to join us physically, is Christy Reich, who is the director of the Estonian Foreign Policy Institute at the International Center for Defense and Security since February 2018. She's also an adjunct professor of international relations at the University of Turku. She has previously served inter alia as a senior research fellow and acting program director at the Finnish Institute of International Affairs in Helsinki and official at the General Secretariat of the Council of European Union in Brussels. Christy Reich has published, lectured, and commented widely on EU foreign policy and European security, including the EU's relations with Russia and Eastern neighborhood, EU global strategy, and international aspects of EU foreign policy making. Christy Reich is also an expert on the foreign and security policies of the Baltic states. She has provided excellent contribution to the Estonian, Finnish, EU, and NATO institutions. Christy Reich holds a PhD from the University of Turku. Last but not least, Klaus Lares, all the way from the United States, but originally from Germany. Professor Klaus Lares is the Richard M. Krasno Distinguished Professor of History and International Affairs at the University of North Carolina in Chapel Hill. At UNC, he also directs the Krasno Global Affairs and Business Council, Krasno Global Events series. Recently, he has served as the counselor and senior policy advisor at the German embassy in Beijing, China. Previously, he held the Henry Kissinger Chair in Foreign Policy and International Relations at the Library of Congress in Washington. Was selected as a member of the Institute of Advanced Study in Princeton and was a fellow of German Institute of International and Security Affairs in Berlin and at St. John's College, Oxford University. He has taught at Yale, Johns Hopkins University, Science in Washington, D.C., Tsinghua University in Beijing, and the Beijing Language of Culture University, the University of London, and Queen's University, Belfast. He was educated at the University of Cologne in Germany and the London School of Economics in UK. In his lecturing and research, Professor Lares focuses on transatlantic relations and the political, economic, and security relations between the US, China, EU. He also works on German, British, and Russian foreign policies, European integration, the history of politics and Cold War, German-American relations and global leadership, and the governance questions, including the rise of populism and autocracy in the contemporary world. You can check more information about his prolific, literally, work at www.klauslares.org. So with this, I would like to give floor to our first speaker, Nicolas, please.
Thank you, Georgie. Thank you, dear friends, for inviting me again to Georgia, very dear to my heart. and also an opportunity to remind, quite often I'm doing so, to my fellow citizens and to my colleagues and friends in Europe, that 20% of the territory of Georgia is still seized by Russia, annexed de facto. And I think that we have to recall that, because if I ask all the people, I mean mainstream people in France, or many also in Spain, Italy, other European country, they are not aware of that. And they are also not aware on the fact that there is a war ongoing since 8 years, or quite 8 years, in Ukraine. They are not aware of the fact that there is a war also going on since almost 11 years in Syria, that you have a country who is suffering atrocities, forced disappearances, imprisonments of political prisoners, already more than 970 in Belarus. Most of the people are not aware of that. And I think that's part of the pattern of what I will try to explain. Why do people, I mean the government people, leaders, the political leaders in most of the European countries, sometimes also in the US, in Canada, haven't grasped anything about the very nature of Putin's regime? They don't know what he did, and they are not talking to the citizens about what Putin's regime did and is still doing nowadays. They didn't raise awareness about its war crimes. They didn't raise awareness about his willingness to revise the borders in Europe and to fully dismantle the legal apparatus that gather the world together. I mean by that, humanitarian laws, international law, of which he is attempting to destroy the very foundations. And I will try to explain very shortly what are the very reasons for which, let's speak bluntly, so far, Mr. Putin has won the war. He has won the war. No, some people are talking about, the compromises, negotiations that we could have with Putin regime. But so far, Putin has achieved quite everything. As I remember, he has committed war crimes in Syria, and actually he killed more Syrian citizens than even ISIS did, with reminding us of that, this very fact. What's the value of international law? We said after the Holocaust, after Srebrenica, after the Hutu genocide against the Tutsi in Rwanda, etc., never again. But it happened absolutely all times, and not only, of course, Putin's regime is guilty for that, but I think he committed a lot. So what's the narrative that could explain this kind of things? And that could explain the fact that the Western leaders haven't paid attention, for instance, also to what happened already in Chechnya. I mean, the Second Chechnya War in already 1999 and 2000. That what Putin was prime minister, then president. And that was a true pattern to what he did in Aleppo, in Homs, and in other places in Syria. Why didn't they pay attention to the links between Mr. Putin and the mafia and organized crimes in Russia, as Catherine Belton, in her absolutely outstanding book, has depicted? Why didn't they pay attention also to everything that happened since the war in Georgia in 2008, etc.? And I think there are four narratives that I have to insist on. The first narrative is, wrong narrative, of course, is that Putin's regime is a kind of normal regime. What's kind of normality in Putin's regime? And the idea that it could be a normal regime or a kind of rational regimes, I think is deadly wrong. I can, of course, elaborate on this point, but I think that we have to understand that it's not a kind of genuine partner with which we can deal or break a deal or negotiate or have a kind of win-win compromise. If we are truly analyzing the very nature of this regime, I think we have immediately to jump to the conclusion that it's not possible. The second thing was also a completely wrong narrative that there is a kind of continuity in Russia's history, and that Mr. Putin is only a kind of representative, or that he is embodying a kind of Russian style government, or a kind of Russian soul or Russian spirit, which is, in my view, completely wrong, because most of the leaders in France and other countries with whom I'm speaking, they are not only considering the country, the state, the continuity of history, sometimes in a way with a kind of rosy romanticism. They are not considering the verita effettuale, as Machiavelli used to say, of the regime itself. And I think that's completely also a kind of thing that people, most of the leaders, do not understand. Then the third thing was that they are considering that Russia is pursuing some kind of interest, and that it has some interest in Georgia, in Ukraine, in Belarus, that there is a kind of implicit legitimacy of what it is saying about the zones of influence, even if forbidden since the end of World War II. In fact, no. As Raymond Aron used to say more than 50 years ago about the Soviet regime, regime matters. And I think the fact that the regime matters, it's something that most of the leaders in Europe, sometimes in the US, in Canada, in other countries, do not understand. Then there is also a fourth thing that I want to emphasize on, which is the fact that human rights matters. And that, of course, the repression abroad, the assassination of more than 100 people at home in Russia was completely predictive of his policy of aggression abroad. And we have to grasp that there is absolutely an immediate link between domestic policy and external policy. So having said that, what are the main, conclusions that we must have if we want to deal with Putin regime? And I'm not saying that we don't have to speak with Putin. We have, of course, to speak with Putin. We have to speak with the Russians. And we have, of course, to make a clear difference, saying that, between Russia and the regime itself. I think the first thing is that we must not allow Mr. Putin to continue in his trajectory, winning trajectories, as I said. I said before that Putin has won the war. It could be controversial. In fact, it's not. What are the concessions Putin ever made since 22 years? He had a kind of free hands, a blank check to commit war crimes. No one is resisting him in Ukraine. Some people are talking about a new invasion of Ukraine. In fact, Ukraine has been already invaded since 8 years or so. Crimea is seized. And when we are talking about the Luhansk and the Donetsk regions, in fact, they are annexed, de facto annexed, as Crimea is. And again, because of my own legacy, I have to talk about the war crimes. If we consider not only what happened in Syria, but also in Crimea, who is speaking bluntly about the crimes against humanity against the Tatar minority, as it didn't matter. No, it matters. So I think we have to call a spade a spade. We have to denounce the war crimes committed. We have to consider not only to contain Russia. Containment would be still a win for Mr. Putin, but how to roll back? Some people say, okay, it will be a kind of relief if there is no new war in Ukraine, large-scale invasion of Ukraine. No, in fact, no. In fact, if we accept the situation as it is now, it's not just possible. It will be already a victory for Mr. Putin and a defeat for the Western democracies. I think that this kind of things, sorry, I have to be very brief, I elaborate a lot about that, but I think that this kind of thing that we have to grasp. And we have to understand that if we want to be serious about, what we call the liberal orders, or the human rights principles, or the democratic principles, we cannot accept the situation right now. We have to change the thing. And we cannot accept that Mr. Putin, as he did since now, to set the agenda. We have to be able to set the agenda. And with the provocation, even the new provocation of Mr. Putin, he showed that he was still able to do. We had certainly to reverse the tide. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And thank you for sticking with the 10-minute limit. Russia's domestic sources of behavior is something that is very close to my heart. It's the subject of my latest publication. I encourage you to look it up at the GFSIS website. It is actually somewhat cheekily titled The Sources of Russia's Misconduct, with a clear allusion to you-know-whom. But if we can continue this topic which Nicola started, what motivates Russia? What motivates Putin? Can we say with clear conscience that Kremlin moves are actually in Russia's national interest? What are the domestic sources of the Kremlin behavior? Domanska actually specializes in Russian domestic politics, and I would like to ask her to elaborate before we hear the takes from Germany, Britain, the Baltics, and we speak about the response per se. Dr. Domanska, please.
Thank you very much. Just very briefly, the vested interests of Russian ruling regime are definitely not Russian national interests, although they are presented as such. But indeed, it's a crucial question why Russia is all the time several steps ahead of us, why we cannot adequately respond adequately and on time to Russian aggressive steps. Even if we make correct diagnosis of the situation, we are not able to adapt our foreign policy tools to better contain or deter Russia. I would say that we are weak not in analytical terms, we are rather weak in operational terms all the time. And I would seek the answer in the fundamental and insurmountable differences between the Western and Putin's regime's political cultures. The Russian political culture, the political thinking of Russian decision makers, as a mix of the Chekist and mafia-style mentality. We all know very well that people who have the most important influence on Russian decision-making processes are the former officers of Soviet secret services. And I'm pretty sure that secret services all over the world think alike. But here, these people rule the country, which makes a huge difference. If I'm talking about mafia-style mentality, many people, many representatives of the Russian current business and political elite had their formative moment in the 90s, where quite strong links were formed between politics and the organized crime. And there was a certain transfer of mafia thinking and mafia methods on the state policies. Another important topic is a strong nexus between the vested interests of the authoritarian leadership on the domestic scene and the approach to the state's foreign policy. Foreign policy in Russia serves domestic goals to a far larger extent than in democracies. Politics is a zero-sum game, and it's all about the very survival of the beneficiaries of the current regime. And by saying survival, I mean also the literal sense of this word. Also, the non-public nature of the decision-making processes expands the room for maneuver for the Kremlin, and it lets Russia to catch other players, to catch Russian opponents off guard. A couple of words more about Chekist features in Russian political thinking. It's obvious that in order to maximize their influence and financial benefits, the Siloviki must depict Russia as being constantly under threat. So the enemy must always be there. Russia is a besieged fortress. The enemy is the Western liberal democracy. And this is a permanent conflict, which is quite hard to understand for many Western political leaders. This is a permanent conflict that cannot be solved through negotiations or dialogue or any kind of consensus or compromise. Russian Siloviki, Russian decision makers think in terms of a permanent special operation. Even the 2020 constitutional reform was a kind of special operation in this sense. They seem to believe that international politics is primarily a field of competition between secret services. And the activities of civilian politicians, let's say, are of secondary importance. This Chekist thinking has also a strong impact on the selection of tools to implement goals in foreign policy. It's all about active measures in principle. It's disinformation and propaganda, deception, sabotage, subversion, reflective control, brinkmanship, you name it. It's all about catching the opponents off guard. What's interesting is the very philosophy of the language lies as a method of communication. The primary function of the language is to manipulate and deceive, and also often to signal intentions contrary to real ones. The basic aim here is to sow semantic chaos and to bring about total relativism and to cast doubt in the very possibility of objective information. What is also important is that the Russian leadership seems to trust only or mostly secret information obtained by the intelligence. And open access information is often treated as deliberate disinformation. So this often results in the dismissal of public statements issued by Western policymakers. Instead, there is a strong preference for covert contact. As regards the mafia-style thinking, certain elements of this thinking coincide also with the Chekist spirit. So first of all, the use of force is treated as a normal way of settling conflicts, like in a criminal world. Even if we are talking only about economic conflicts. For example, force is still there on the table as a potential measure. There is also high readiness to take risks. This is the fight without formal rules. So all kinds of tricks are allowed here. Offering dialogue, what Nicola also has mentioned, offering dialogue is perceived as a sign of weakness. Within the paradigm of this semi-criminal hegemonic masculinity, force is something that is respected. So the crucial question arises, how should we act? Or maybe it's high time we started to act, and here also I couldn't agree more with Nicola. We should start to act to to show initiative, but not adopt Russian methods, of course, and not compromise our basic principles. And I could indicate plenty of measures in military, political, or economic sphere, including that the West should demonstrate the unity against or vis-a-vis Russia, the unity which is still lacking. The West used to be much more united during the Cold War, and here is again something that Western leaders cannot or don't want to understand. Russia, at least for the last 8 years, has been waging a new Cold War against the West. And the recent ultimatum, Russian ultimatum on security architecture showed Russia, in fact, tries to turn the clock back to 1989 and win the once lost Cold War. But I would like to focus here on another topic, on addressing this domestic foreign policy nexus. Addressing this domestic foreign policy nexus and address it quickly and comprehensively. Because authoritarian Russia will always be unpredictable due to the hermetic nature of decision-making processes. It will always be a potential source of instability beyond its borders. So we desperately need a more pluralistic Russia, not in the name of some abstract ideals of promoting democracy across the world, but in the name of our own hard security interests. And that's why we need a long-term and coherent strategy to gradually weaken the foundations of Russian authoritarianism and exploit its vulnerabilities. And one of these vulnerabilities is the steady deterioration of social moods in Russia and the waning influence of the state propaganda on ordinary citizens. This is what is showed by many public opinion surveys. An obvious topic now is to support Russian political emigrants. In 2021, more than 1,500 activists and journalists fled Russia due to political repression, and this number will grow in the coming years. The problem now is that due to the growing repression inside the country, the bulk of Russian civil activity is likely to take place abroad, including online. We should be ready to host the political immigrants, to offer them protection from the Russian state, and to create conditions, organizational, financial, any other kinds of conditions for them so that they continue their democratic activism and develop trans-border communication with the Russian public. We should also figure out how to help the repressed people who remain in Russia. Although any kind of foreign help, of course, is becoming increasingly illegal there, it's a huge challenge, but I'm pretty sure that the West is able to handle this challenge. We should also seriously discuss unilateral visa liberalization vis-a-vis selected groups of the Russian public, but in a longer perspective also vis-a-vis the wider Russian public, because their isolation from the West remains one of the Kremlin's strategic goals. And I'm quite sure that more direct interaction with European realities could help to break the anti-Western stereotypes disseminated by the Kremlin designed propaganda. And the last issue, which as far as I understand, is particularly sensitive for many of Western decision-making circles. I mean, broadening the sanctions regime for violating human rights in Russia. I mean, some people responsible for political repression have been punished, but to be more effective, we should in fact target much broader group of people. We should target also the middle-ranking members of the repressive apparatus, including prosecutors and judges engaged in politically motivated trials. When I repeat it anywhere I can, I usually hear the argument that it would only increase their loyalty towards the regime. In the short term, of course, it's true, but in the longer term, it would significantly raise the price for them of further collaboration with this regime. So just to conclude, it's not excluded that someday we can face a scenario similar to the Belarusian one, if the public support for the Putin's regime erodes to the extent that mass repression would be needed. And I can't, and I don't want to imagine the Belarusian scenario multiplied by 1,000, and that's what we should expect in the case of Russia, if something like that happens. So here it's particularly important to adopt some preventive measures to prevent this scenario, to figure out a strategy in advance. And I will stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Maria. Well, history knows a great number of experts who have been providing analysis of Russia that has been vindicated throughout, as well as a number of people who, well, distinguished themselves in a completely opposite way. For instance, I was in London in 2008 when a good friend of mine, Edward Lucas, then the senior editor of The Economist, published his book called The New Cold War. And it was branded by many as sensationalist, as warmongering and this and that. What he said simply was that at the background of Putin's own statements rejecting the outcome of the Cold War and the new European rules-based order, literally, which he delivered on a number of occasions, including in face to the West, in Munich, for instance, based on his domestic behavior and also, well, acts of special operations, for instance, in London the previous year. He, in my view, correctly predicted the pattern of future actions. So this is why I want to ask Ian, what is the state of thinking in London these days? How you think the Russian policy is based on more realism? And then we'll ask later our Baltic and German representatives whether the Russlandversteher are still in charge. What is the thinking, and whether you think it's more realistic than it used to be?
Well, thank you very much, Georgie. And I mean, I think you're very right to refer to Edward Lucas's book. It was indeed seen as somewhat hysterical in 2008. I think I was one of the few people who was prepared to host a dinner for Edward when he came to Washington. And, you know, I thought that he was absolutely right back then, and I think he's even more right now. I think this is an extremely timely discussion. We can all see what's happening across the Black Sea around Ukraine at the moment. And I think that there are some good points in what the UK is doing vis-a-vis Russia at the moment. But we're not there yet, and there are some serious weaknesses. So, I mean, let me start with the positives. I mean, the first positive is that the British government is publicly recognizing that we have a Russia problem. So last year, the British government published its integrated review of security, defense, development, and foreign policy, our defense and security white paper, the first for a number of years. And it described Russia as the most acute direct threat to the UK's security in the 2020s. And that in itself is an enormous change from where we were 5 years before that, certainly 10 years before that. And it's something which I think is still not widely accepted in Europe. And I very much agree with what Nicola had to say on that subject. So I think that's important. That's partly a result of the invasion of Ukraine in 2014. That brought about a big change in the UK's perception. And prior to that, I think the British government had a very unrealistic view of Russia. When I came back from Washington in 2012, the government's sole priority in dealing with Russia was to increase trade with Russia by 700% by 2020. There was almost no mention of strategic issues, of the threat, of the assassination of Alexander Litvinenko, which had taken place in 2006, or of the invasion in Georgia. It's amazing how quickly people had forgotten about these things. Partly, I think, because of the global financial crisis. But I think there was a willful blindness to the reality of Putin's Russia and the direction that it was heading in. So 2014 was one significant milestone. I think the other big turning point was 2018 and the attempt to assassinate Sergei Skripal, who had spied on Russia on behalf of the British and had been exchanged and sent to the UK. He was a British citizen. He was living in an obscure exile in a town in the UK. And suddenly a GRU assassination team turned up on British soil, tried to poison him, well, did poison him, although not fatally, but a British citizen died as one of the kind of side effects of this attempt. And I must say, and I see my old friend Mark Clayton, the British ambassador here, the British response to this was exemplary, and the diplomatic response was exemplary. Through a coordinated lobbying effort, we managed to get something like 150 Russian intelligence officers expelled from something like 26 countries, I believe. Very impressive effort. And since then, the political relationship has been more or less frozen. I mean, it wasn't long before the attempt to assassinate Skripal that Boris Johnson had gone to Moscow with a very ambitious sort of reset agenda. Since then, there's been very little high-level contact. There's also been an effort to step up our military response to Russia and to do more to help allies and partners. So we're quite active here in Georgia. I think we're going to have some British troops here taking part in exercises later this year. We've just sent anti-tank weapons to Ukraine yesterday, in fact, and the Defense Secretary has made a very strong statement in relation to that. That's very good. We've been involved in training Ukrainian troops since 2014. That's also very good. We have almost 1,000 British troops in Estonia, which Christy may talk about, the enhanced forward presence. That's also very good. Those are the strengths. So what about the weaknesses? Well, I mean, the first is that at the highest levels of government, I still think that there is a poor understanding of Russian motivations, and this ties in with what both Georgia and Nicola have said, and Maria as well. There is still an unwillingness to believe that the Russian regime has a different way of looking at its interests. There's a belief, rather naive in my view, that there are win-win solutions. I mean, I think anybody in this room who has tried negotiating with Russian diplomats over the last 20 years will know that they think almost exclusively in zero-sum terms. And yet I still find that at the political level in the UK, there's a belief that we can find win-win solutions. I think fundamentally, if you tell Putin that you have a win-win solution, he assumes that you're trying to cheat him. And my view is, if your opponent thinks that we're dealing in zero-sum terms, then the only thing you can do is to make sure that you are winning in your terms. So there, I think that's still a problem. And I think British leaders have yet to fully accept that they need to see Russia as it is and not as they would like it to be. Second area of weakness is I think ministers are still too easily distracted. Whatever the integrated review says about the Russian threat, ministers are terribly attracted by the Indo-Pacific tilt, by the idea that we should be in the Far East doing more about China. I don't want to underplay the threat from China. I think there are some big problems coming up there. But I think it is a big mistake that we are shifting resources from the European theatre to the Indo-Pacific theatre, that we're cutting the size of the army, that we're going to have a significant part of our naval resources east of Suez at a time when the threats in the North Atlantic and in the Baltic and in the Black Sea are growing. Last weekend, we had Russian ships maneuvering around Gotland in the Baltic. We had the revelation that submarine cables around northern Norway seem to have been attacked. We need to have a navy which is capable of dealing with some of these things and which is not several thousand miles away when it's needed. But the third and the most important weakness is that we have left ourselves open to Russian influence operations. It is quite disgraceful that Boris Johnson held up the publication of the Parliamentary Intelligence and Security Committee's report on Russia for as long as he did, and that since its publication in 2020, so little has been done to act on its recommendations, particularly about stopping the flow of illicit Russian cash into the British system and its use for the cultivation of the British establishment. The fact that some of the largest donors to the ruling Conservative Party are current or former Russian citizens should really give people pause for thought. That is a huge weakness. And some of these people had and may well still have strong connections to the Kremlin and to the Russian intelligence services. I live in a constituency just outside London, and the MP there is Dominic Raab, who used to be the Foreign Secretary, now the Justice Secretary. He has taken a significant donation to fund the office that he runs in his parliamentary constituency from a Russian banker whose money had already been rejected by the Prince of Wales's charitable foundation on the grounds that they didn't like the smell of this money. So what is at the time, the Foreign Secretary doing, taking that funding? That's a real problem. There's a long way to go on preventing Russian money laundering through our overseas territories, which again can then be used to buy influence, not only in the UK, but more widely. Now, I suspect I've used most of my 10 minutes, so let me finish with a Leninist view. What is to be done? So the top priority, in my view, for the UK, most important thing that we can do is to tackle the flow of Russian money into our system, to tackle money laundering and the influence buying that goes with it. We've had the Panama Papers, the Pandora Papers, the FinCEN Papers. No one should be in any doubts about what is going on. And the British government needs to act. It's not the only offender. It should be working in concert with others in the US and in the EU, but it is one of the worst facilitators of Russian bad behavior. And I just don't think that the Kremlin takes it seriously when the British Foreign Secretary says, Russia must stop its behavior in Ukraine and so on, when at the same time, large parts of the British establishment are so happy to welcome Russian cash and to roll out the red carpet for people who, frankly, should be shown the inside of a British prison cell. Second, we need to refocus our military effort on the Euro-Atlantic area. The Indo-Pacific, I'm very happy to see the American ambassador here. The US has enormous forces in the Indo-Pacific region. You have many significant allies there, Japan, South Korea, Australia, and others. The contribution that we can make there symbolically may be useful, but actually where we need to focus our effort is on the Euro-Atlantic area. That's where we can have the biggest impact. And third, I mean, if I had been sitting here 6 or 7 years ago, I would have been talking about the UK's influence in EU policy making. After Brexit, that's quite hard for me to do. But we do need to rebuild our relations with our European partners by every possible means. It's not just that we ourselves have become more isolated as a result of Brexit, but it's that our departure from the council tables of the EU has shifted the center of gravity in the EU towards countries which are more inclined to accommodate Russia. I think it's highly significant that the British aircraft that yesterday were flying anti-tank missiles to Ukraine had to go around German airspace. Now, it hasn't been officially announced, but I assume that that is because the German authorities refused them permission to fly through German airspace. It's not the first time that we have had problems with allies and partners over the supply of weapons to other partner countries. But it does seem to me that that our absence has shifted the center of gravity, and I think it's very important that we should be doing more with the Baltic states, with Sweden, with Finland, with other like-minded states, to develop a greater European consensus about how to deal with Russia. Let me just say in conclusion, one of the key concepts that was in Soviet military thought and remains in Russian military and strategic thinking is about the correlation of forces. And I agree with Nikolai that, in many respects over the last years, Putin has been winning. But actually, if we deploy all of our assets correctly, the correlation of forces is very much in the favor of the West. And I think the challenge for the UK and for the West more generally is to work together with partners in order to make more evident that correlation of forces in such a way that any sort of hostile activity from Russia is deterred. We haven't reached that point at the moment, but that's what we've got to do, and as soon as possible.
Thank you, Ian. And if I may take liberty of interpreting what all three of our speakers so far have said, starting with Nicolas' statement that Putin is winning, maybe it is because the West has been trying to tango with Putin while he's been doing judo moves on you, right? So, and maybe this is not advisable. Well,
yeah, good point.
One of the first things that I tell my students when we discuss Georgian foreign policy, the path that we chose at the very early 90s, whether it was our own choice or circumstances, is that unfortunately we did almost the opposite what the Baltic republics did, right? For instance, and the outcome, the result is very interesting. For instance, in 1990, the GDP per capita of Estonia and Russian Federation were the same. Today, Estonia's GDP per capita is twice as much as that of Russia, which happens to be the world's richest country, controlling 40% of the global mineral resources. And add to that the wealth that Russia never fails not to use. Its people were educated, talented people, which is the greatest wealth, would be greatest wealth for any country. So if I can invite Dr. Reich to share her views, and there is obviously no deficit of expertise on Russia in the Baltic republics and in Estonia specifically, how things look from Estonia today.
Thank you so much for this invitation, for the introduction. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear
Yes?
you.
Okay, and of course, I am so sorry I cannot be with you in Tbilisi, but at least I have this opportunity to join the debate virtually, and happy to bring the Baltic perspective to the debate. In the Baltics, we never had a problem with calling a spade, as we heard there has been this problem in Western Europe. I would like to highlight some key concerns looking from the Baltic perspective at the current security situation in Europe, where we don't have enough European unity, and we really need to seriously work among Europeans on building that unity. I must also say it has been like this for a long time, and it's still today the reality that when we look at dealing with Russia, disagreements among European states are bigger than they are between some European states and the United States. Now, what is the situation now? Several speakers have referred to it. We are in a very grave situation. Last week, we heard some pretty clear messages from NATO and from the US. And yet, I'm afraid we all know that beneath this surface of common messages, we actually have a lot of diversity of views and uncertainty about especially the resolve and readiness of many European countries to seriously address Russia's aggressive actions and push back, and not only to find ways to put some brakes, but actually to push back what Russia is doing. So far, this has not been happening. So the first major concern is about how we approach today the European security order. It has been repeated over the past weeks that Russia's demands to redefine the European security order are unacceptable, and that the West is not going to compromise on the key principles of European security. And yet, what I gather from European discussions is that the importance of Ukraine is not understood in the same way. And behind the scenes, we hear quite a lot of voices suggesting that perhaps the West could make clear that Ukraine is not going to join NATO anytime soon, and that might be a way to calm down the tensions. So this raises the question, what is the European view on Ukraine's sovereignty? And can you make compromises on the sovereignty of one European country without actually compromising the very European security order? And it's obvious that Russia does not treat Ukraine as a sovereign state, and it does not accept that Ukraine should have the right to decide over its security orientation. But what is the view in different European capitals? I would really like to hear some more clear messages in this regard. And furthermore, there is the question of whether Europe should even think about engaging in negotiations with Russia over a new European security order. A couple of years ago, we saw France, President Sarkozy, making some very active efforts to launch some kind of talks over a new security order with no success. Today, the position of Europeans on this, again, it's not clear enough. I would like to stress that there is no sufficient ground even to start negotiations with Russia on a new European security order. And if someone, after the ultimatums that Putin presented on the 17th of December still has any doubts, then I'm very worried about how Europeans see the future of our security order. To me, it seems clear that any possible change that would be satisfactory to Russia would weaken the security of Russia's European neighbors. And previous speakers have referred to the zero-sum attitude of Russia. Of course, it's clear that the current order is broken and Russia is not respecting it. It wants to replace it with its own vision. I don't think Russia will give up on pushing for its own vision. But on the side of the West and Europeans, we should do all we can to defend the order that has been established in the Paris Charter and many other documents, and impose a very high cost on Russia for the violations. And at the same time, this is a more mental question. We should kind of accept that we have to live with the fundamental disagreements between the West and Russia. It's not something that we can settle with the Putin's regime. We can just try to manage the tensions. And this is sometimes also difficult for Western European countries to accept this idea that you don't try to work for a grand settlement, but you accept the fundamental disagreements and then find the best way to address them and to defend your own interests. And this brings me to the second big question. It is deterrence. Jan Bond referred to the UK's participation in the enhanced forward presence in Estonia. Indeed, it's very much appreciated, and NATO's enhanced forward presence has been a huge improvement to security of eastern flank. But here again, I would expect a much clearer, stronger understanding among Europeans that deterrence, in fact, is the way to calm down pressure, and it's the main way to stop Russia and to push it back and to prevent it from moving any further. For Russia, military force and threat of using force are key tools of pursuing its goals, and Russia goes as far as it is allowed to go in kind of reestablishing its sphere of influence. And deterrence also has to be seen as the other side of the coin of diplomacy. And again, here, I think in Western Europe, there is often a tendency to see diplomacy as an alternative to deterrence. But in order to have a strong position for diplomatic contacts, you need to back it with credible, actual hard power. And here I would like to refer to the example of Finland. This might be a surprise to some of you. This question has been raised every now and then, what Ukraine can learn from the Finnish experience. But I would like to highlight that one element of the Finnish approach to Russia, which we don't talk about so much, is that Finland has actually taken very seriously its military defense and deterrence. And it's something that Finland does not talk much about. It's actually keeping a very low profile. And what is visible in Finland's approach to Russia is the diplomacy part. But if there is something to be learned by Ukraine and other neighbors of Russia from the Finnish experience, is that real credible military deterrence has to be part of the picture. And my third major point I want to raise has to do with the role of the European Union in the current security crisis and in addressing the Russian threat. We have heard plenty of complaining in recent weeks about the EU being sidelined. Well, I think there is an obvious reason for that. The EU is not a hard security actor, and therefore Russia does not treat it as a serious player in European security. But what I find really disturbing and something that needs to be corrected in the EU's security and defense policy discussions is that thus far, the very issue of Russian threat has been almost ignored in the EU debates. And when you look at what the EU is talking about when it talks about the European strategic autonomy, which has been this very much disputed concept over the past years, it's not talking about Europe developing stronger ability to counter the Russian threat. And of course, there is an explanation to this. It's that NATO is the organization that provides defense and deterrence vis-a-vis Russia, and especially the Baltic states and Poland have been very keen to make the point that the EU should not duplicate or try to take over this task from NATO. But what I want to highlight is that if the EU wants to become a serious player in European security, it has to take a very systematic, deep look at what are the ways in which the EU can contribute to addressing the Russian threat. It has to be done in synergy with NATO and without taking over the tasks that NATO has been performing for so many decades. There are some small examples, some small signs of EU actually making a contribution. One is the military mobility project, which is important for our region and is done in EU-NATO cooperation. The other one is the kind of slowly developing cybersecurity policy of the EU and the issue of strategic communication. The progress has been kind of piecemeal and slow, but these are the kind of issues that the EU can do. And of course, it all starts with actually taking this very issue of Russia seriously as part of the EU's agenda. I think I will conclude with that. I just want to echo also a point that was made by others, that with the current approach of the West and of Europeans, what we can do at best, we put some brakes on Russia's actions, but we don't manage to stop it or push it back. And what has happened thus far in the past years and decades is that every escalation by Russia has kind of proved to the Kremlin that by escalating, by threatening with use of force and using force, it can achieve some gains vis-a-vis the West. And this is something that we need to be able to stop this process. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Dr. Reich. The honor of speaking the last goes to Professor Lares. Fun fact, we recently discovered that what we have in common is our interest in Henry Kissinger. Not that we are his disciples or necessarily agree with him on many things. I translated his Diplomacy, just recently it's published and it's available in Georgian. Professor Lares has published his own book about Kissinger, which I look forward to reading.
You should advertise it so everyone can buy it.
Absolutely, absolutely. So we both have something to sell on Kissinger. But I remember jokes about diplomacy. One said that if you erase all first-person pronouns from diplomacy, there will be very little left, which is not necessarily true. But if you erase word realpolitik, there will be very little left indeed. So, Klaus, if you could tell us how much of realpolitik is there in the West, in Germany, and whether it is combined with realism, with pragmatism, and with the result.
Yeah, so thank you very much indeed, and good morning to everyone. And thank you for inviting me to this very interesting conference. I will try to answer your question by a roundabout way. I will focus on transatlantic relations and Germany indeed. I think one of the major questions we are all asking ourselves right now is, what does Putin actually want and how far is he prepared to go? And I think that is some of the crucial questions. And I believe that it is his intention to disrupt, if not to destroy, the transatlantic alliance, including NATO. And I'm unfortunately less optimistic than my neighbor Ian Bond here. I think he stands a good chance of achieving his goal. At the moment, we see transatlantic unity. Everyone on both sides of the Atlantic talks about the severe sanctions which will be employed if there is some sort of invasion or full invasion of Ukraine. We haven't really defined so far what severe sanctions really means, but we are all saying quite in a convinced tone, severe sanctions it will be. However, already during these talks last week, we noticed that the European Union was excluded. And that caused an awful lot of dissent in Brussels. Borrell initially was quite outspoken in a negative way, then down his tone and suddenly said, oh, it was great, we didn't need to be represented. But I think this was an indication of how difficult it is to come. Whenever severe sanctions will need to be imposed, we will have severe problems coming up in the transatlantic alliance. And Putin will, of course, exploit that. Once the going gets tough, I think transatlantic divisions will come up, unfortunately. Let me focus on Germany, because Germany will play a pivotal role in that case. And I would like to make 3 points here. First of all, we should not overlook the traditional closeness between Germany and Russia that goes far back from current politics. Just think of the cooperation after the First World War, the military cooperation after the Versailles Treaty, which both countries felt that they, were discriminated against. Then during the Cold War, the Germans, by necessity, because of East Germany being part of their country, they had to deal with Russia. They couldn't help it. And not just in a negative, in a hostile way, they had to engage with Russia. And then think of unification. Without Gorbachev, there would have been no German unification. So in the late 80s, at the latest, Russia became a benign player in German eyes. And it continued in the 1990s through Yeltsin, because no one took Yeltsin really seriously. It didn't seem to be any sort of danger at all. And this has continued until the very present day. It started in the 70s, certainly in the 1980s with Gorbachev, and this has continued. And the German public sees Russia not as hostile per se. They don't trust Putin, but they don't think it's as bad as the media often tells us. Certainly, what the Baltic countries are very rightly, of course, concerned about is largely not shared by the wider German public. This doesn't mean that the elite in Germany, the foreign policy elite, yes, of course, they are worried, but this is a minority opinion. And this explains why a former German chancellor can work for Putin as chairman of the board of Gazprom, why Nord Stream 1 and 2 has been built and will probably, unless something dramatic happens in the next few weeks, be going online. Secondly, I would like to talk about German pacifism very briefly. And that, of course, is a good thing. And that was the result of American and British re-education policy after the Second World War. But it has really had deep roots in German society. And these roots cannot easily be pushed aside. What Ian just said about the impossibility of British forces to fly weapons to Ukraine via German territory, that indicates that. And of course, the Green Party, who is now in power as a junior coalition partner their roots of their creation was based on pacifism against deploying missiles against Russian missiles in the 1970s and 1980s. And also the SPD, the major coalition partner, has a strong streak of pacifism, of engagement a la Ostpolitik in the 1970s. Thirdly, that brings me to the new German government. And I think in the end, when divisions will come out over such a serious crisis as Ukraine, I don't think we can easily expect that the new German government will just toe Mr. Biden's line. Of course, there will be talks, there will be negotiations, compromises, but there is, as has been said before, the great uncertainty in all of Europe, and particularly in Germany, where Mr. Trump was particularly despised and hated, that the man will come back, or if not Trump himself, someone like him. So they are very wary of just following American leadership as in the past. They try to make their own stand. And I think that also would go down in German domestic opinion very well. And of course, everyone in a democracy has to win elections. Chancellor Scholz is, so far we don't really know what to make of him, despite his long career as a finance minister and other ministerial posts he has held. At the moment, he has a fairly low profile. I'm competing with some music here for some reason, and I'm sure I can't win. He has talked about a reset policy with Putin, which again, for German domestic policy is popular because the Germans, because of their populism, they want to engage, they want to talk, they want to negotiate. Whether Mr. Scholz really thinks personally himself that that is the best and wisest approach, we don't know. But he has come out with that policy of engagement. Then we have the new foreign minister, Baerbock, and she is just on her trip to Kiev yesterday, Moscow tomorrow or today, I believe, to introduce herself as the new foreign minister. And she has a double-edged sword attitude, which is strongly opposed to Nord Stream 2, and her whole party is. She also is opposed to rearming or arming Ukraine. And she would certainly, what Ian said about these weapons deliveries from the UK, support that. There have been calls in the German parliament to deliver weapons, heavy weapons to Ukraine. This is a no-go area and will not happen. At best, some milder, some less heavy weapons will be delivered at the very best. So we don't really know what to make of the new German government regarding Russia and regarding the unfolding crisis. But the economic links between Russia and Germany are still very deep, and they will play a role. But also the historical close links to Russia, also the geographical proximity of Germany to Russia, all that will play a role when the decision about heavy or severe sanctions will be made, or even more drastic action. And I would say that it will lead to severe transatlantic difficulties and conflicts. Personally, of course, I hope that there's still time left to talk about these difficulties which can be foreseen, I believe. We have not had an invasion. We have time to do something to prepare for the worst of all cases. I'm not sure that that time is being used in transatlantic discussions. And I think the United States is remaking the mistake of the past to not taking the EU seriously as a global player. Of course, I understand that. The EU is not a serious global player on the same level as China, Russia, or of course, the United States. However, they have to be treated like a global player. Otherwise, you will just bring out more and more resentment among the Europeans about American unilateralism. So the European Union needs to be involved, and not just individual nation states, and usually it's only the big ones, including, of course, the UK. Before I conclude, I would like to briefly talk about, very briefly, about what about China's role in the current role? Where's China? Usually in any big crisis, the Chinese take at least a position, yes or no, against or before, or in favor. And China remained pretty neutral in the current crisis as far as I can see. And that, of course, also tells you something about the depth or the intensity of the so-called Chinese-Russian special relationship. In my view, that is a very fragile relationship, which is not based on more profound common interests or even other sentiments. But China keeps a neutral position. I think for mostly two reasons. Firstly, they don't know what the outcome will be. They certainly don't want to be on the losing side by taking too firm a position now. Secondly, they know that the Europeans, whatever will happen, will be important in the crisis. And the Chinese have already got a lot of difficulties with the Europeans, and they don't want to make these difficulties worse. You know, it's bad enough to be on the wrong side of the United States. Of course, they're wooing the Europeans. They have been doing that for many years now, certainly since 2015, if not before. And taking the wrong position in the Ukraine-Russia crisis could bring them into even greater difficulties with the Europeans. That, I think, is my estimation why China is trying to keep, at the moment at least, a fairly neutral position in the unfolding crisis. In conclusion, I would like to say that time has not run out. The transatlantic allies can still prepare properly for what is going to be a most severe crisis, but it really needs to be done. Once the crisis has unfolded, once Putin has moved, if he will move, then I think it is too late to prepare for it. Then the preparations should be done and should be ready to go. And the alliance should be ready to go, hopefully together, but I wonder. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Lares. Well, I wish we all could take lessons from history, including from recent history, including from 2008. And you mentioned the German foreign minister's upcoming visit to Ukraine and Russia. Well, I hope it will be more successful than the one that German foreign minister did in July 2008 to Georgia and Russia. The war followed then, but at least we do appreciate his efforts then. I understand, I can see that Germans saw the potential of actual war quite clearly, and then it's quite visible that Germany is trying to make a difference now. Now, I'm opening the floor for questions, and I already have one question reserved by Georgi Kandelaki, if I can see him. Yes, please. And you'll be.
Thank you. Thank you. We are in Georgia today, of course, and we all wonder how Georgia fits in all of this. And Georgia's voice has been largely absent from the discussion on Western response to Russia's NATO demands. Georgia has also made sure it's not viewed as playing as one team with Ukraine on the international arena. Why do you think is that, to anyone who wants to take it?
Yeah, Georgi is the former member of parliament of Georgia and represents the Georgian parliament, the council, your parliamentary assembly, and had the keen interest in Georgian foreign policy. Mm-hmm. So anyone cares to?
I mean,
Georgia's current or possible position.
I mean, I can say a couple of words on that. I mean, in a sense, I think probably Georgians in the audience are better placed to answer that than any of us up here. But I mean, I'd say two things. I mean, one, which is a positive, is that I believe your foreign minister was actually meeting the NATO Secretary General yesterday. So that's a good thing, and you know, I'm all in favour of more contacts of that sort. The second thing is, yeah, I mean, what we have seen over the last years, really, from Georgia is that Georgia seems to be finding it difficult to play on the same team as Georgia. And you know, you need to sort out your internal problems in order to have a more effective voice in NATO and elsewhere.
Thank you, Ian. Professor Tornike Sharashenidze, please. Microphone, please.
I would like to address my question to Mr. Bond. The reason is that you are the one who spoke about specific measures for deterring Russia's aggression. And namely, you spoke about the need to focus militarily on the European theater for the Europeans instead of focusing on China. But I guess you meant mainly NATO member countries, to deploy more troops in NATO member countries, in the first place in Baltic states. But do you think actually that's enough to keep Russia from waging another war against Ukraine and seizing some more territories? Because correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think that NATO member countries are ready to confront Russia militarily on the Ukrainian soil. That's a question.
Yeah, and it's a very good question. I mean, I find this a bit of a puzzle. I mean, in one way, I understand it in another. I mean, I've just been going back for various reasons, reading the history of our intervention in after Iraq invaded Kuwait in 1990. And what's striking there is, you know, nobody said at that time, oh, well, we don't have a treaty of alliance with Kuwait, so we mustn't do anything. We must just let Iraq stay there occupying Kuwait. Now, you know, obviously there is a reluctance to confront Russia, which is a nuclear power. But it seems to me that actually we should be prepared to deploy forces as a deterrent on Ukrainian soil. Ukraine is a sovereign country. If it asks for help, there is no earthly reason under international law that it should not be able to receive that help. Now, you know, there are going to be a few British troops there training Ukrainians in the use of the anti-tank weapons that we've supplied, but the the Defense Secretary yesterday was very careful to say that, you know, they'll only stay there as long as is necessary to train Ukrainians to use these weapons. But actually, I think if we wanted to make a more serious deterrent effort, then we should do so.
Right.
Yeah, I think if I'm not totally mistaken, the United States has actually indicated to the UK that they should really focus on Europe rather than spread their resources too widely. And when you look at the recent AUKUS deal between the US, Australia, and the UK, it makes clear that the Europeans have been excluded and that the US certainly doesn't really take the European Union countries too seriously regarding what is happening in the Indo-Pacific. And in my view, the US doesn't trust the Europeans regarding China because they are too close and cozy relationships in an economic sense between many European countries and China. So I think the US has a preference for the Europeans looking after Europe rather than going somewhere else.
Okay. Yes, Ambassador of Ukraine.
Thank you very much. Allow me also make some comments before my question. So the comments are very simple. And again, we came to the point, then we discussed again and again and again how to analyze Russian policy, how to penetrate into Putin's brain, what's expect and what do not expect, and what's happening. So for me, it's very clear, and unfortunately, all discussions now are concentrated around simple things, very simple, but very dangerous. What happened? Russia is not a member of G7 anymore since many years. Relations between Russia and NATO have been cut, absolutely, no relations. Relations between EU and Russian Federation have been limited to the lowest possible dimension. It was the reality. After this reality, Putin made what he did, escalated the situation, and then pop up with a paper, with a draft agreement, which I cannot call, excuse me for this parallel, but we used already Cold War and Caribbean crisis. So this draft document reminds me Ribbentrop-Molotov Pact. But at those days, that guys, they do understand that they're doing something wrong and made it secretly. Now, Putin dare to offer to the United States the draft agreement, which could not ever be considered or accepted. Why? And what is expected reaction from the United States, from the NATO? We see already one of the very important results, that this move from Kremlin undermined transatlantic unity and relations between NATO members even. And for me, it means that we have concentrate more attention to the discussions and finding what we have, what we can to oppose. And my opinion is that we have to have very strong our agenda, not to follow Putin's agenda, and to build our solidarity and relations regardless his moves or intentions, because we have right, we have grounds, we have our vision of the future. Just a simple point. You mentioned already that money is a very powerful tool against Russians. So for me, this is the best button, pushing which you will make them immediately remind about human rights, property rights, democracy, and the rest of things they question. So my question is why these draft documents have been openly proposed, and what is the answer for that? Because we discuss a lot of things, but not that one, which is on the paper. Thank you.
Nicolas, would you?
Yes, thank you very much. Well, I think you're perfectly right. I think one of the main issues that we have right now is to be more, I will say, ourselves offensive, in not only promoting our values, but of, well, say, speaking the truth to the aggressive powers. I think we have certainly we have to do. I will just give you an example. Many people right now are not talking about the war on Ukraine. They are not pronouncing the word war. They are not recognizing the war going on. They are not recognizing the war going on also still, in fact, in Georgia. They are not recognizing the support that Putin is providing to Belarus. And you still have some world leaders saying, for instance, well, we had to convince Mr. Putin to exert pressures on Lukashenko, for instance, in Belarus. We had already this kind of stance, when it came to Syria, and some people were saying, including also in the UN, but some ambassadors to the UNSC were saying, for instance, we asked Mr. Putin to exert President Assad not to commit war crimes and not to aggress. And in fact, Putin is not only supporting Mr. Assad, is himself, as I said, committing war crimes in Syria. And I think most of the operations, for instance, in Aleppo that we had in the Ghouta, still going on today. in the Idlib regions are, operations decided by Mr. Putin that killed yesterday or the day before children, innocent children, in Syria. So I think we have to recognize and to say, well, that's not acceptable. So we have to stop. And I think for me, sorry to say that very bluntly, I think everything began with the decision of President Obama not to enforce the red lines after the chemical attack in the Ghouta in 2013. That was the starting point. Because I think that if Obama had enforced the red lines, then maybe difficult to make counter history. What happened in Ukraine in 2014 wouldn't have happened. And I think we have certainly to be very serious on that. That's the first thing. The second thing, Jan was rightly talking about corruption. We are not enough serious about fighting against corruptions, which is not only, fighting against corruption, but first of all, and upstream, defining corruption. I can give you just very briefly some example. Jan was already talking about the UK. I can speak about France or Germany. You had former prime minister or chancellor in Germany, foreign minister in France, former member of parliament, member of the European Parliament, lobbying, consulting, advertising for Russia or China or Azerbaijan or well, other countries too, not only Russia, I mean. It's legal. It's legal to have Mr. Schröder working for Nord Stream 2 and to have Mr. Fillon, former prime minister in France, working for some Russian companies, or to have Mr. Osborne from the UK or Mrs. Kneissel from Austria, etc. And it's legal if we have some people, and I cannot give you the name, in France, making more than 1 million euros a year in lobbying, consulting for Russian or Chinese states. The third thing, very quickly, also, we cannot accept that our judicial system is undermined by Russia. You know the case of Catherine Belton, in London? Finally, I mean, she won. You had many people in France, including yours faithful, against whom lawsuits by Russian outlets were launched. I mean, namely Russia Today France, against 15 persons, including myself. And it's tolerated. You have no retaliations. That's basically what we call SLAPs, strategic lawsuits against public participation. You have some cases also in Germany with Russia Today Deutschland. And you had also some other cases, in other countries, in European countries. It's tolerated. We must not. And last point, sorry to be just very long on that, but I think it's quite important. We don't have to speak about, reset anymore. You were talking just before about the kind of resets that Mr. Scholz was likely to create after, the total failures of Obama reset in the 2009. You had before also my President Macron, talking about a new architecture of confidence, of trust, security and trust. The word trust with Russia, well, just unimaginable. And I think we have certainly to get serious about Russia. We have to get serious. And I think that, Russia was understand. And when I am talking with a lot of dissidents, I have a lot of friends in Russia, dissidents, they are all saying, well, do not yield. Do not yield. You, the West, you must not yield. You have to stay strong. We ask you not to compromise with the Russian regime and to define your own values. I think that's the role. And unfortunately, we people who are still living, Western leaders in Germany, in France, in the UK, and other countries, in a kind of cognitive dissonance. What I call cognitive dissonance is that on the one hand, they are saying, well, we have to consider, Russian threats, but on the other hand, they are, trading with Mr. Putin, smiling with Mr. Putin, shaking hands of Mr. Putin, and of course accepting Nord Stream 2 and this kind of thing. That's not acceptable.
Can I
Unfortunately,
add,
this is going
can
to-
I add a
Sorry,
couple of
Maria,
words
please.
just because I don't totally agree. Something happened with my microphone, I think. But the problem is not that we don't know what to do. I think we have a whole long list of the adequate measures to react. The problem is the lack of political will, and it's also nothing original I'm saying now. Today in the morning, we could read an official statement of the EU that there would be no preventive sanctions, that we would react only if Russia makes another aggressive steps against Ukraine. It's detrimental to the whole process of negotiations that is underway now. Also, we could read unofficial information. There would be no sanctions on SWIFT. I mean, no cutting Russia off the SWIFT system. Again, the negotiation process is underway and such information is being leaked. So this shows us how it really works on the part of the West, and it's totally off the context, and it's totally contrary to what it should seem. But as far as I remember, one of your questions was why the ultimatum was presented by Russia now. Well, it's not my version, but one of the versions is that it's just maybe another part of the long process of the future transit of power in Russia, because after the mass crackdown on the Russian opposition within the country, Putin tries to build a system of it. So some kind of forward defense also, because it's an element of defending the Russian authoritarian regime. So coming back to the Cold War paradigm is this division of Europe into the spheres of influence is again one of the aspects of Russian domestic politics, in fact. But the most important thing is that this ultimatum is nothing new in substantive terms. I mean, the form is much more aggressive than it used to be, but these are Russian postulates we could hear for years now, repeated on many occasions. They resonated even if Russian so-called politics of memory, which I prefer to call historical propaganda. So it's nothing new. And I think, and I totally agree with Nicolas here, that our lack of reaction, our long-term lack of reaction showed Russia that we are so weak that they have the right to make ultimatums, to pose ultimatums to us. And now they are probably expecting that we will make some concessions, which is another proof that it's something fundamental wrong with our politics vis-a-vis Russia.
Thank you. And this is going to be the last question, Evgeny Khandar, as briefly as you can.
Thank you. My question goes to Mr. Bond. Talking about Ukraine, let's go back to Budapest Memorandum of 1994, when United Kingdom together with the United States and the Russian Federation guaranteed territorial integrity of Ukraine in response to withdrawal of nuclear weapons to the territory of Russian Federation. Where were these guarantees 20 years later when Russia annexed Crimea and seized control over eastern part of Donbas? Thank you.
Well, where indeed? No, I think the UK from memory made one effort to organize a meeting of the signatories to the Budapest Memorandum. And then after that was, I mean, self-sidelined, or I'm not quite sure whether it's self-marginalized or it was marginalized, but at any rate, it was effectively replaced by the Normandy format. And both the UK and the US then didn't really make any further efforts to do anything about the Budapest Memorandum. And I think that was an opportunity missed. I mean, the Budapest Memorandum was not intended as the kind of defense guarantee that you get from NATO. But I think we did too little to try to use the status that it had given us in 2014.
All right, with the discussions as interesting as this, time flies, and we have kind of over-consumed our time, so it doesn't leave me any room to summarize. I just would like to ask you to join me in thanking our fantastic panel for their contributions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, George.
Thank you, Georgie.
You can grab your coffees, cookies, and sit so that we can start the panel, and then do not miss the lunch. And I can promise that we will also have an interesting panel. Please join us. Okay. Smith. Caucasus after 2020 Nagorno-Karabakh War. The second NK war has changed indeed the status quo in the South Caucasus and has brought in new realities. Azerbaijan has regained control over the territories around Nagorno-Karabakh fully, as well as some parts of it. The borders of self-proclaimed Republic of NK, though altered anyway, exist now under direct Russia's security guarantees. The war has limited Armenia's influence over Nagorno-Karabakh and has influenced negatively, worsened its both external as well as internal security environment. Definitely the visibility and role of Turkey has increased, though as some argue, not necessarily at the expense of Russia, though this is the question that can be argued and discussed. And what we also saw is definitely the regionalization of the Caucasus politics at the expense of the West. Has the new balance of power brought a more stable security environment to the South Caucasus, or non-existence of the peace agreement contains threats for further escalation? How trusted Russian peacekeepers can be on the background of the recent rhetoric and demands, and this is the question not only for Azerbaijan or Armenia, but for everyone. What is the way ahead for genuine peace, genuine lasting peace in the region, and how each of the players sees its role in these new circumstances in the South Caucasus? These are the topics to be discussed at our panel, and maybe these are the million-word questions, but we have the best possible combination of speakers. Our distinguished speakers represent Armenia, Azerbaijan, Turkey, Iran, and Russia. Some of them in person and some online. Is it the Zoom link is working? So, because I do not see our speakers who should be online. But thank you to all of you for participation, for being with us. We really appreciate. To spare time, I would neglect with your bios, maybe just with a couple of words, but that will give us more opportunities for question and answers, which I'm pretty sure are a lot. For those of you who are participating through Zoom, you can be sending the questions. You can send the questions via Zoom chat, and we will also collect and post them in due course. So I have a pleasure to present Dr. Benjamin Pogosyan, founder and chairman of Yerevan-based Center for Political and Economic Strategic Studies since 2017. Ambassador Farid Shafiev is a chairman of the Baku-based Center of Analysis of International Relations since 2019 and think tank under the administration of the President of Azerbaijan. And Dr. Shafiev has a long foreign service career. Sinan Ulgen, chairman of the Istanbul-based think tank, the Center for Economics and Foreign Policy Studies, IDEM, and the visiting scholar at Carnegie Europe. Mr. Ulgen, you are online. Thank you for being with us. Dr. Sergei Utkin is the head of the Group of Strategic Assessment and lead researcher at the Center for Situational Analysis at the Primakov Institute of World Economy and International Relations. And last but not least, we have our distinguished speaker from Iran who participates also online, Dr. Kayhan Barzagar. Thank you, all of you, for being with us. And needless to say that in addition to their important bios and activities, all of our speakers have been publishing widely and commenting on the issues of our interests. As we have also quite a big panel like the previous one, I'll suggest to limit the interventions for 10 minutes only. And in addition to all those, the topics that I've listed above, I'll also ask maybe, 1 to question to each of the panelists. So Dr. Pogosyan, let's start with you. And in addition to those questions, I would also like to hear from you, your perspective on this following. So Armenia has lost the war, however difficult it might be, to acknowledge and digest, but life goes on, and people, society, nation needs to adjust and to continue on. And we also see that Armenia's kind of space for maneuver is quite limited. But despite that, where do you see the way out for Armenia? Please.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for invitation, and it's pleasure to be here in this interesting conference. And given the very rapidly changing dynamics of security situation, not only in our region, but outside, it's really very interesting to be able to come and share our experiences and our understanding of the situation. So I will not discuss the history, what and why happened in 2020, and why Azerbaijan and Turkey were able to join the joint military campaign against Nagorno-Karabakh. And I'm not going to discuss why war ended on November 9, 2020, and why war ended in such a trilateral statement. I believe the people here, they are all aware of different options or versions why happened and why or what happened. But I mostly will speak what may happen now after 14 months after the end of the Karabakh War. And you asked about what can be done to achieve a lasting peace in the region. So there are two options and two narratives on this. One narrative, which as far as I understand is very popular in Azerbaijan, but also in other countries, and my colleague may further tell me if I'm right or not. This narrative is that, okay, conflict is solved, Karabakh is our, and that Armenia and Armenians in general, both in Armenia and in diaspora, have accepted the loss of Karabakh. And I know that many interpreted the results of June 2021 elections in this way, that okay, because Prime Minister Pashinyan won, it means that in general, society accepted the loss of Karabakh, everyone is happy with that. And simply, Armenians are waiting to opening border with Azerbaijan and Turkey, to accepting Azerbaijani and Turkish investments, and try to develop economy and raising their living standards. So from this perspective, what should be done for this lasting peace is simply Azerbaijan should wait for 5 years, 10 years, or 15 years until Russian peacekeepers will leave Nagorno-Karabakh. Definitely, most probably they are not going to leave in 2025. Maybe they are not going to leave in 2030. But at the end of the day, Azerbaijan thinks that, okay, we waited 26 years after 1994 to launch war in 2020. So simply we may wait for another 20, 25 years when Russians will leave. And during these 20, 15 or 25 years, we will continue to put pressure on Nagorno-Karabakh simply to contribute or to trigger the more Armenians living there. And when Russians will eventually leave Nagorno-Karabakh, we will enter there. And these all Armenians will be forced to leave, or maybe some will remain with Azerbaijani passports, and so conflict is over. And this is the only way to reach stability and long-term stability in the region. But I have to say that despite these election results of June 2021, and also despite of some maybe contradictory statements from Armenian government, how they see the future of the Nagorno-Karabakh, this is not only the one narrative which exists both in Armenia and also in Armenian diaspora. So there are very influential sections of society, both in Armenia and also in diaspora, who does not believe that, okay, Karabakh conflict is over, Karabakh is lost, and we should accept the loss of Karabakh, and simply trying to manage our relations with Azerbaijan and Turkey, trying to economically becoming better and better. As this part of society, which again, maybe is not a majority, so also there are no sociological surveys, and it's very difficult to say what Armenian majority thinks in reality. And also, let's not forget that this 54% who voted for Prime Minister in June 2021, they not only voted because they think that everything which happened in 2020 was okay, mainly they were voting for Mr. Pashinyan because they hated the second or third president of Armenia. So also I would like note to mix the results of June 2021 elections that okay, this means or results of elections means that okay, in general or majority of Armenian society is okay with war results or it's accepts the loss of Karabakh. This is not the case. And from this part of society, both in Armenia and also in the diaspora, they think in another way that definitely conflict is not over. Yes, Azerbaijan won landslide victory, and it was a very tough defeat for Armenia, but it's not the end. What Armenia or Armenians in general should do, first, they should do everything to keep the foreign military presence in Nagorno-Karabakh for at least 10, 15 years. I'm emphasizing foreign military presence, not pure Russian military presence. We need foreign military presence in Nagorno-Karabakh to simply not to allow the total annihilation of Armenian populations there. Now Russians are there. If there are possibility to have international military presence, no one in Armenia against it. But again, there should be foreign policy, foreign military presence in Nagorno-Karabakh, at least for 15 years. Second, Armenia and Armenians should do everything to keep at least the number of Armenians living in the territories currently controlled by Russia the same, not to allow the decrease of Armenian population, or maybe through different projects even to increase number of Armenian populations there. And using this time frame of 10 or 15 years to modernize Armenian economy and then to modernize Armenian army, at least to be able to defend those parts of Karabakh which currently is under Russian control, if for whatever reasons there will be no foreign military presence there. In 10 years or 15 years, Russian may leave for whatever reasons we don't know, and maybe it will be impossible to transform this pure Russian mission into some international mission. So this is a second option, which comes me to the end. What should be done, or what is the best way to reach the long-time stability? From my understanding, the long-time stability could be reached only if basic interests of all parts will be taken into consideration. So the first option that, okay, Karabakh is over, conflict is over, it means that simply to neglect or violate all Armenian national interests. And simply this is not the way to have the long-time stability and peace in the region. If we want long-time stability and peace in the region, and if we don't want to have another Karabakh war in 10 or 15 years, in this time maybe Russia supporting Armenia based Azerbaijan because of some problems in Russia-Turkey relations or whatever else may happen, we should come to the solution which at least preserves some basic interests of all sides. And in this case, if Azerbaijan really wants long-term peace and stability, and Azerbaijan really believes that, okay, he's interested in stability in the region, and he's not interested to have another conflict for after 15 or 20 years, and definitely he's not interested to see foreign military presence in Nagorno-Karabakh, then some process of negotiation should be resumed to find some compromise-based solution, because to tell that, okay, Karabakh is ours, there is no Karabakh, there is no conflict, and there is nothing, this is not a compromise. This is, again, clear vision to neglect or violate all Armenian national interests. So if we want to have peace and stability, not in the South Caucasus, but at least between Armenia and Azerbaijan, because South Caucasus also have other conflicts in Abkhazia and South Ossetia. This is totally different issue, which I'm not going to deal. But at least if we want to have some long-term peace between Armenia and Azerbaijan, we have to come to some solution which at least accepts and which supports or protects some basic interest of all conflict sides. And of course, some colleagues may ask you, okay, but in that case, why Armenia didn't think this way after 1994, when Armenia won the war? But actually, Armenia thinks this way, because frankly speaking, all Armenian leaders, first President Levon Petrosyan, second President Robert Kocharian, and third President Serge Sargsyan, they all were ready to come to the compromise solutions. Let's not forget that Robert Kocharian in 2001, in Key West, he was ready to sign a deal with Azerbaijan to give 6 regions outside the former Nagorno-Karabakh Autonomous Oblast, and to give corridor from Azerbaijan to Nakhichevan via Syunik province. And instead, Azerbaijan was going to recognize Nagorno-Karabakh within its 1988 borders as a part of Armenia. So Armenian president was ready to sign this, and Armenia was ready to that. This offer was, at the end of the day, rejected by former president of Azerbaijan. Then 2011, Kazan document. Again, Armenian president was ready to sign this, to give immediately 5 regions out of former Nagorno-Karabakh Autonomous Oblast to Azerbaijan. And then after having legally binding expression of will in Nagorno-Karabakh about the final status of Nagorno-Karabakh, Armenia should give back also the 6th region outside Nagorno-Karabakh and part of Lachin region. So again, to finalize and to have more time for Q&A session, if we want long-term stability, at least between Armenia and Azerbaijan, I don't think that's the way to say that conflict is over, there is no Karabakh, and Armenians are happy with this. And so simply we should put more pressure on Armenia to legally fixing that war is over, that there are no Karabakh in etc. This is going to work. Because again, as I mentioned, even if part of Armenian society thinks way, and even if part of Armenian current ruling elite thinks way, there are quite strong forces both in Armenian diaspora who don't think this way and who have enough resources to make actions to stop this from becoming a reality. So if we choose the first option, like, okay, no Karabakh, no conflict, let's put pressure on Armenia, I'm afraid this will be the direct way for another war. I don't know when. It could happen in 2030, 2035, 2040, and much depends on also international security. South Caucasus and Armenia, Azerbaijan, we are not located on the moon. We all understand that this current tensions between Russia, West, Russia, NATO, Russia-Turkey relations all have some influence also on Armenia-Azerbaijan relations. But again, at the end of the day, if we want long-time peace and stability, we should accept and we should also support some basic interests of all sides. Simply to say that the one side is ruined and this is a right way for peace and long-time stability, this is not going to happen. And this never happened in any conflict. In any conflict, we understand that if the solution is, okay, one side gets everything, other side loses nothing, this is not the right way. This is not a tangible way to reach long-term peace and stability. Thanks, and hopefully we can continue the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Benjamin. Exactly 10 minutes. If I just have a very brief question, and you can also ask briefly. You talked about this, the prospect internationalization of the peacekeepers. Armenia's control over Nagorno-Karabakh is quite limited, and we have the reality. The Russian peacekeepers are there. How do you see this? How feasible do you think?
Okay. When I mentioned about, do you hear me now? Yes. When I mentioned about necessity from, at least from part of Armenian society, the necessity to have foreign military presence there, I just said that we strongly believe if there are no foreign military presence in Nagorno-Karabakh, there will be no Armenians in Nagorno-Karabakh. And this is a fact also proving what we saw 14 months after the war, because in all those territories which Azerbaijan took during the war, there are no single Armenian citizen, there are no single Armenian living there. That is why when people in Stepanakert hearing Azerbaijani statements that, okay, you will accept Azerbaijani passport and you will enjoy all the human rights and wonderful life which all other Azerbaijani citizens enjoying in Baku and other cities, they are simply looking to the territories taken by Azerbaijan 14 months before, and they simply ask the question, okay, if there is a possibility to have Azerbaijani passports and enjoy life in Azerbaijan, why there are no Armenians with Azerbaijani passports in Shushi, in Hadrut, and other territories enjoying all the rights and benefits for Azerbaijan? Regarding your question, is it feasible? From my point of view, and this is my expert point of view, it's not the case that, okay, we don't like Russians, we like Americans, or we like Scandinavians. I'm just telling that from my personal view, we need foreign military deployment in Nagorno-Karabakh simply to allow some Armenians living there. If Russians are going to leave, in that case, definitely Armenia is for international deployment. If this is not possible, so this is not the case, like geopolitical choice that, okay, we don't like Russians, now we have to struggle to kick out Russians and bring Americans or Scandinavians. For us, the key is foreign military presence. Until now, Russians are there. But again, if there will be some possibilities to secure international presence there, Armenia will not be against. But again, this is not a geopolitical game for Russia against West, for West against China, or I don't know what. The key for us is having foreign military presence in Nagorno-Karabakh. And as far as Russians are ready to be there, we are satisfied with the situation.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Pogosyan. And let me switch to Ambassador Sheffield. Also, I'm pretty sure you will be covering that in your intervention, but still, what is the perception of Azerbaijan society towards those parts of Nagorno-Karabakh which are out of control of Azerbaijani government, and what incentives can Armenians residing there have now under direct control of guarantees from Russia?
Okay, well, the microphone is on?
No.
No? Here? Hello?
Can someone help us with that?
I think it's
I
the
believe
button
it's
on
for
the
this.
Yeah.
Yes, okay.
Yes.
Well, thank you very much again for invitation, and just would like to remind that happened 20 years ago. I personally met Mr. Rondeli, and you continue wonderful work, very important work. And let's, because of the time constraint, go to the crux of the matter. Before speaking about current and the future peace in the South Caucasus or the security arrangement, I think very briefly, three conclusion from the past. For Azerbaijanis, you asked about perception. Armenian rule resulted in full ethnic cleansing, first in Armenia in 1988-89, and then in Nagorno-Karabakh region of Azerbaijan, 92-94. There is no single Azerbaijani left now in those areas where now the Armenians reside in Nagorno-Karabakh, in Karabakh. The second, I mean, it's true also because of the war and the conflict, also Armenians left Azerbaijan. But at the second, the problem is in territorial claims, Armenian territorial claims. And the third conclusion, the peaceful negotiations which lasted for almost 8 years, they resulted in nothing. The Madrid principles elaborated in 2009, 2007-9, they were rejected by Pashinyan government in March, April 2020. So that's we have a situation, we had the situation in war. And presently, we have, yes, Russian peacekeeping forces in those areas. Of course, Azerbaijan's goal is to restoration of full administrative control over those areas. And for these 26, 27 years, Azerbaijan exhibited strategic patience and worked towards the goal of restoration of its territorial integrity. But what's the future now, and what's our perception? Again, because of we believe that the problem in territorial claims, we believe that the territorial integrity of all 3 states of the South Caucasus, I would like to underline, all 3 states of the South Caucasus, that means Armenia, Azerbaijan, and Georgia, that's the future of peace in the region. We're not inventing anything else. The same if we look at the experience of Europe after Second World War, territorial integrity was indeed is the foundation of the European security. Another important matter is we understand the protection of minorities, and here we're speaking about Armenian residing in Karabakh, and we said we're ready and we're thinking about their reintegration into Azerbaijani society. But we also would like to raise the issue of Azerbaijanis living in Armenia. If Armenians are entitled to live in Azerbaijan, we believe that Azerbaijan is also entitled to live in Armenia as they did before 1988-89. And overall, the future peace maybe indeed is in restoration of the ethnic mosaic which the South Caucasus once enjoyed. In terms of the issues which is now between Armenia and Azerbaijan, I would like to underline 3 issues. First is the delimitation and demarcation. And verbally, we had agreement between Armenia and Azerbaijan to establish commission. Now, of course, will be the process of approving on what basis, which maps we will use, etc. That's the number one issue. Again, because of the shortage of time, I don't have, opportunity to elaborate on each of these issues. The second issue is the opening of transportation routes. It's all in the November 9th agreement, 2020. And we believe also, referring to the experience after the Second World War, the nucleus of European Union emerged from the steel and coal agreement between 5 countries, if I'm not mistaken, 4 or 5 countries. The same, the transportation can be a nucleus for the future regional cooperation. And the third, and we have a verbal, not verbal, we have even the written agreement signed last year on January 11th, 2020 in Moscow. And the last 2 meetings between the leaders of Armenia and Azerbaijan is quite promising in Sochi and in Brussels last year. The third package of issues is the humanitarian issues. Armenians speaking about the detainees. We believe it's the status of detainees. We speak about prisoners of war because of those people arrested after military actions. And we also highlight the importance of demining. And also would like to underline that initially Armenian side denied the existence of the land mines, the maps of land mines, but eventually they surrendered they delivered all maps which we have, though they are not accurate, but still, just would like to remind that about 200 Azerbaijanis were killed or wounded by landmines, including 2 journalists. And also another important issue is the missing persons, especially from the first Karabakh War. We count around 4,000 missing persons. Now as we liberated our territory, we now have opportunity to find some of the mass graves on the liberated territories. So this is the package of humanitarian issues which both Armenia and Azerbaijan have to deal and to work. Now about per se the Russian peacekeepers you've been highlighted. So we agreed on their deployment. They are for 5 years term. After 5 years, we'll see how it goes. Probably will be some renegotiations. It depends also on the progress on the Armenian-Azerbaijani track. But we believe that it's the interest of both Armenia and Azerbaijan to move on the peace track. And also reality, I just would like to speak today, especially on the first panel, was speaking about the role of the West, European Union. Russia is the player, was the player, is the player, and will be the player in the region. You cannot exclude Russia from the South Caucasus. This is our understanding. In the meantime, if you look, because there's some conversation about replacement, I don't think it's the realistic, but some modalities can be changed. We don't see actually very active Western, let's say, if we're speaking about collective West involvement in the South Caucasus. The United States is almost withdrawn. We've seen that from not only from Trump or even Biden now, it's began this process from Obama administration. And I don't think really United States has clear policy. Neither the European Union has clear vision, though the last meeting in Brussels was a bit promising. We believe that the European Union aid package should be more balanced. We are promised Armenia 2.6 billion euro and us only 150 million euro. So although the fund which offered to Armenia is not all direct aid, but the credit, so we would like to have more balanced package, especially in the view that the vast areas completely demolished and we have to restore all communication lines, cultural heritage, and etc. We see positive potential of Armenian-Turkish dialogue. Again, I don't have time. More steps towards peace will guarantee that in the future, the South Caucasus will not be used by the geopolitical actors. Yes. Again, I would like to return briefly to EU. Again, we see that unfortunately a bit jealousy and rivalry from some EU countries, key EU countries like France and Germany towards Turkey. I think Turkey is an important regional player. We see it can be positive, not only in terms of South Caucasus, but also Ukraine. And while key players in European Union like France and Germany, for various reasons, history of nationalism and some other factors, again, I don't have time to elaborate, was sometimes more appeasing to the Russian geopolitical ambitions. Also I would like to speak about 3+3 dialogue, which was offered. I had a chance to speak at Rondeli Foundation 2 months ago, yes, almost 2 months ago, and would like to repeat. This is the format, if we look at the history, which goes back to 90s, Suleiman Demirel and, Shevardnadze and our leaders at that time. Because of the fact of occupation, we couldn't move in that direction. We believe now it's time for more regional format, but Azerbaijan fully understands concern of Georgia, why it cannot participate. But the format is about the open dialogue, doors open. We cannot speak, okay, let's have dialogue with Turkey, Armenia, Azerbaijan, and exclude, for example, Georgia or Iran for that matter. So that's why it's about the regional cooperation, about inclusiveness. But again, maybe time in the future will come when Georgia's territorial integrity will be also ensured. Again, we fully support, and Azerbaijan indeed with actions, not only verbally, supports territorial integrity of its partners. Just would like to remind that 4 days ago, President of Azerbaijan visited Ukraine. So it's 10 minutes, very short. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ambassador Shafiev. Thank you for interesting insight. And let me proceed to Mr. Ulgen. Russia was a player, is a player, and will be a player. So the question, I'm just interested to hear about your perspective on this following. So the NK was unanimously acknowledged as the Azerbaijani victory. And of course, no one questions the role of Turkey, and we saw the increased influence and role of Turkey in the region. But in some circles of Georgian expert society, there are concerns that there is an additional Russian presence on the place where it was not before. And we also all remember in 90s back, the presidents of Georgia and Azerbaijan tried exactly that, not to have the additional presence of Russians. So how that is assessed from the Turkish perspective?
Yes, I hope you can hear me well. I first of all want to thank you for your very kind invitation, and I'm truly sorry that I'm not there with, sitting on the panel with the very distinguished panelists. I hope to be able to go back to Tbilisi in the next iterations of this panel. Let me start, Eka, with giving you a sense of where the Turkish perception stands with regard to both the Karabakh question, Turkey's recent efforts for rapprochement with Armenia, but also more broadly the Southern Caucasus and its overall and the state of the regional order, if I may. First of all, there is indeed now a real effort in Ankara, in Yerevan, to normalize a relationship that has laid dormant since 1993, really. Back then, Turkey decided to close the borders with Armenia on grounds that Armenia had occupied the territories, the rayons near Nagorno-Karabakh. And that was the justification for the Turkish government's decision to close the borders, to put pressure on Armenia for withdrawal. Despite that, there was an effort back in 2008 and 2009 for a normalization with Armenia. That was a well-structured effort. It started with football diplomacy, with the then Turkish President Abdullah Gül being in the lead. But ultimately it failed. It failed to a major extent because Turkey was not able to assuage fears in Azerbaijan, in Baku, that this effort of rapprochement would actually be, a win-win also for Baku. There's a strong influence. There's a kinship element, obviously, in Turkey's approach to Azerbaijan, and therefore what Baku thinks matters for Turkey. So as a result of this failure to assuage the concerns of Baku, that initial rapprochement with Armenia failed. Ultimately, the Armenian parliament also sidelined the deal, and therefore that effort ultimately proved to be a futile one. Now we are witnessing a different geopolitical context, when, as a result of the war in Nagorno-Karabakh, many of the obstacles to a rapprochement between Turkey and Armenia have disappeared. And today, the two capitals are apparently willing to take advantage of the situation. There has been a reassessment in Ankara, and I assume in Yerevan as well, that this would indeed provide a positive outcome for the two countries involved, but more broadly for the region. And here, I would tend to think that a similar assessment has also been made in Baku, that the previous disinclination of Azerbaijan has disappeared, and on the contrary, we have been hearing positive messaging coming out of the leadership there, which has also been seconded by the positive messaging both in Ankara and Yerevan. So much so that we are now witnessing the start of a formal dialogue. The two sides have appointed special representatives. And these two special representatives have met for the first time last week in Moscow, and their main task was to draw up a road plan for the full normalization between Armenia and Turkey, which would involve the reopening of the borders, which would also involve the establishment of full diplomatic relations, possibly nomination of ambassadors, and so on. So the whole deal, in essence. We're still at the very start of that, and I think the main thing to underline here once more is that there is now a degree of goodwill in Ankara, in Yerevan, but also quite as importantly in Baku, to make this process a success, and let's hope that that will happen. Now, the interest on the Turkish side for a full normalization with Armenia it rests on the belief that this normalization or the lack of normalization is a gap in Turkey's policy towards the Caucasus. Because when we discuss many of the problems that have beset the region, ranging from the lack of regional trade integration to the Nagorno-Karabakh conflict, Turkey believes that it has a role to play. It has demonstrated this to some extent in the latest episode regarding the Nagorno-Karabakh conflict, but it's broader than that. And the Turkey-Armenia rapprochement and ultimately normalization would actually allow Turkey to fulfill this more ambitious diplomatic role, but also economic role, where it believes that it can contribute to the full, prospering of the region. One major, perhaps interesting development to remark here, and now I'm a bit focusing out to look at the regional context and possibly also the global context in terms of how international actors approach the region. That is the very complicated relationship that Turkey has with Russia. Speaking to an audience in Georgia, I think I'm fully aware of how important a full and thorough understanding of this relationship is also from the perspective of the audience there. The Turkey-Russia relationship escapes narrow and superficial definitions. First of all, there is no strategic rapprochement between Turkey and Russia, and it's very difficult to foresee any strategic rapprochement between the two in the foreseeable future. There is, however, a mutual recognition and acknowledgement that in certain areas, and this is not limited to the Caucasus, one can think about Syria or even possibly in in broader geography about Libya, that there is value in establishing modes of diplomatic cooperation that would help both sides achieve their foreign policy objectives. And we have seen this very clearly, as I said, in a broader geography, so not just limited to the Southern Caucasus. How has this come about? This has come about essentially as a gradual recognition of the role of each country's, but also as a gradual improvement in the relationship between the two countries since the downing of a Russian plane in November 2015 by Turkey, because it had violated Turkish airspace. Then, the relationship improved gradually with the initiative of the two leaders. So now there is a personal relationship between Erdogan and Putin, which has been quite impactful. And this is what carried this relationship forward in a way that we had not seen in the past. So this is not to say that, many of the disagreements have been resolved. On the contrary, and that is why at the beginning of this analysis, I underlined that there will not be any strategic rapprochement between Turkey and Russia. Because when we look at the region from different perspectives, Turkey has not recognized, or Turkey recognizes the full territorial integrity of Georgia. Turkey recognizes the full territorial integrity of Ukraine. Turkey has not recognized the annexation of Crimea. And Turkey stands firmly on the side of its NATO allies when it looks at these developments. However, what Turkey has not done is Turkey has not followed the sanctions, the US sanctions and the European sanctions against Russia, essentially because Turkey has other interests where it needs Russia's contribution. And here, of course, we can go back to Syria, where this cooperation, this demand for cooperation is very acute. The third thing that I want to mention here, and here, we're seeing this in the latest, perhaps, ceasefire negotiations regarding Nagorno-Karabakh, is that Turkey and Russia have been able to establish a framework of diplomatic engagement, which has also come about as a result of the lack of willingness, the lack of appetite, or the lack of effectiveness of other international actors. And here one has to recall the ineffectiveness of the Minsk process, the Minsk group rather, but also the latest or the more recent perhaps strategic narrative coming out of the United States, where there's a heavy focus on East Asia, and even the withdrawal from Afghanistan being justified by a narrative that the US going forward will focus on core strategic interests, which essentially lie in East Asia, and will expect its regional partners to shoulder more of the conflict settlement, conflict resolution initiatives in their own neighborhood. So on the one hand, you have this trend which has started since the famous pivot to Asia moment of the Obama administration. It continued with the Trump administration, and it is now very clear with the Biden administration. This has an impact in many different corners of the world, not just in the Caucasus, but we also see the similar realignment in the Middle East within the GCC as well. The second, perhaps, actor there to recall, and I see Michael Emerson here, who has done, over the years, a very significant amount of work trying to understand the role of the EU. But even the EU has rather been ineffective as a foreign policy actor in this, in what it amounts a close neighborhood of it. So it is, to some extent, this ineffectiveness of the traditional foreign policy actors that have allowed room for this type of Turkey-Russia dialogue to emerge, and not only to emerge, but also to have an impact on the outcome, which is what we have seen with regard to the ceasefire agreement in Nagorno-Karabakh. And I think that for the region overall, the fact that the Turkey-Armenia rapprochement proves to be effective and ultimately succeeds is important also from these perspectives, because it is within this, this type of more normalized framework that a country like Turkey could also act as a counterweight to Russia. This does not mean that Turkey is in the business of totally excluding Russian interests from the region. That is not a realistic expectation, as one of the previous speakers have underlined. But I think in an environment where both the US interest is declining, that the EU has serious difficulty in transforming itself into an effective foreign policy player. The role that a country like Turkey, a NATO member, a candidate to the EU, but nonetheless has an independent foreign policy, that this role can be upgraded would be, I tend to think, quite positive where you already have Russia as one of the dominant players in the region. And I think from that perspective, what's been discussed at the beginning of this panel, namely how ultimately the Nagorno-Karabakh issue will be settled, whether Russian peacekeepers will remain there for 5 years or more, the fact of having Turkey in that equation will provide an outcome that I tend to think would be more beneficial for the interest of all involved. Maybe I want to end here, and again, thank you for your invitation.
Thank you, Mr. Olgin, for extremely interesting viewpoints. And now let me proceed to Господин Utkin. So it's your turn. So taking in consideration what was said here about Russia-Turkey relations, also kind of, at least as Georgians thinking that Russia mostly plays a zero-sum approach, do you think that Russia has strengthened its positions in the region?
Well, I don't think that you can take the peacekeeping mission as such as a simple strengthening of position. Peacekeeping mission is a challenge. And for Russia, it has been important for many, many years to keep good relations with both Armenia and Azerbaijan. And given the state of affairs between them, it has always been very difficult, of course. It required a certain level of delicate approach and a lot of very patient negotiations that unfortunately did not prevent the war. And I think in spite of the fact that you can see here victories and losses, you also saw that both sides suffered greatly during this war, and they, of course, it's not the only case where the war is probably the worst development eventually that has to be avoided by all means, and the diplomatic process is just about that. So Russia was present in the South Caucasus, obviously, before this happened, before the peacekeeping mission arrived there. And I don't think that this was sort of an aim, goal, achievement in itself to have peacekeepers in Karabakh, because this means risks that is, if you like, a responsibility to deliver. You get accused by both sides of certain ineffectiveness, at least, or some incidents that happen, and to reduce the number of incidents, to increase the effectiveness, this is not easy to do, that's one. And the other thing is that at the point when you make it, you achieve certain level of effectiveness, you avoid incidents, that means that people just stop paying attention. They stop talking about the mission, it's there, okay. But if it is not complemented by political process, then where does it lead? We need to pay attention to both things, to like security on the ground and to the diplomatic process that has to lead somewhere in order also for this mission to eventually be successful. And in this sense, I think it's very reasonable that also in how you shape this panel, you paid attention to the attitudes of countries of this region, the broader region, because of course you may have all sorts of investments, business interests coming from all over the world. But still, even if you look at structure of trade, the proximity of countries matters. So if countries are situated in this region, they pay more attention, they are probably more ready to take risks in certain complex environments when it comes to investment of their money. And this is what makes the positions of regional powers especially important. I agree completely what we have already heard, that's Russia and Turkey, they do not have some kind of perfect friendship or something, but they understand that they are not going anywhere from this region. So if you want to operate in this environment and to make it efficient, it makes sense to maintain communication and to sometimes strike deals on certain issues when you need that. The same concerns basically any other couple of countries that you can find here. The thing that is important, I think, for the future developments in this area is what countries of South Caucasus actually prioritize, what they want to gain and how to make compatible things that very often don't really easily get together. One of those issues, one of those sort of controversies that I see here is a controversy between certain political principles, national pride, if you want, and it's not like I'm taking lightly this. This is also important. The identity, if you like, on one hand, and on the other, some kind of benefits you might get from certain projects that develop. Because as we all know, part of this ceasefire deal and the complementary diplomatic process was discussing, well, the reconstruction of the conflict area and the development of transportation routes that could potentially benefit everyone. And the thing with these projects, as well as many other projects that we discussed with regard to South Caucasus, is that often you have all those benefits very abstract. So people do not really even believe they would indeed get something real if they invest huge amounts of money, implement a very difficult infrastructure project, and at the same time they feel very vividly that this infrastructure project is politically difficult for them. Let's say this transportation to Nakhchivan that is currently discussed. Just one example, we can take many more. That the political principles, they happen to be not just more important, but they also make it very difficult for every country to decide within itself, with all the political groups that compete with each other. You may probably feel like you should make a step this way, and the opposition says you shouldn't. This is also an important factor to take into account. So where this all will go, whether we can indeed hope that those transportation routes are the projects that countries of the region could implement together, would make them more able to cooperate and would prevent further escalation, is a big question that can only be answered in process. So the question that is probably one of those in the core of negotiations at this moment is how to create the conditions for this to happen. How to make sure that those projects, they can actually be implemented, and how probably to decouple them from the biggest disagreements that exist in this region. We had already the mentioning of this 3+3 format. So the 3 countries of the South Caucasus and countries of the broader region, Russia, Turkey, Iran. And in principle, it looks like not a bad idea, but we all know the Georgian attitude to that. We know that the official Georgia said that they cannot participate in this format given the strong disagreements with Russia. I think that in principle, it's not the end of the road for this format, because you could, for example, limit what this format is about to a number of certain issues, to make sure that it's not like a regional organization dealing with everything, that it is not seen as a confirmation that you sidelined the key disagreements that are there. And you can find a way for those countries involved to speak to each other on those very concrete issues, because even on the most painful issues, you do have Georgia and Russia, in spite of all the problems, talking to each other in Geneva on the bilateral track, even in the absence of the diplomatic relations. And to make it in a broader group, it should actually be easier, because what could be discussed is not the problems of Georgian-Russian relations. It would be strange in this composition of countries, but what can be done in terms of the infrastructural connections, in terms of conditions for business, for investments that could benefit everyone. And the thing is, I think what's also important for countries of the South Caucasus is that on the one hand, we all speak about this region as sort of a natural crossroads where all the transit routes run. But frankly speaking, if we look at today's world economy, we see that the bulk of world trade happens elsewhere. Of course, it happens through the maritime routes. It happens through other routes available. New routes develop also in Eurasia, and we just saw an example that somehow was on my mind for a long time. And people said it's not going to happen for political reasons. The route from China via Pakistan and Iran to Turkey. This is like the new train connection that could indeed develop, and that does not even need the countries of the South Caucasus to be part of that. It's one of those examples when countries that need to deliver their goods, they don't even think about this region, they don't pay attention to this region because they find other ways. So the question that has to be answered, whether there are ways with all the political problems between the countries that have to be involved in those infrastructural connections, whether there are ways to decouple the political problems from the projects that could benefit all countries of this region. If we find those ways, I think this could also help the peace process, because when people see that they can gain from mutually acceptable solutions, this is of course a strong argument in favor of those solutions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Utkin. No, I'm not a panelist, so I won't elaborate about Georgia's perspective. Just one small comment. It's not a disagreement. It's our national sovereignty. It's the occupation. Until that is solved and that's addressed, I don't think that Georgia will be considering joining. But thank you for this perspective and sharing with us. And let me switch to our speaker, who has been waiting almost for an hour online, to Dr. Barzagar. Dr. Barzagar, it was mentioned here that the geography matters. So Russia, Turkey won't be going anywhere. Iran is not going either. So my question is how this NK war has changed Iran's strategic perception of the South Caucasus. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for inviting me. I'm also sorry that I was not able to join you there, but I'm happy to share with you some of my views as an Iranian academic. I put it in a broader strategic context. I think the story from the Iranian side is different from that of Turkey and Russia. When we look at the South Caucasus, we mostly look at the area as a developmental and prosperity approach, and not necessarily a geostrategic way of dealing with the issues in South Caucasus. Of course, I think Iran had a choice to balance between its civilizational and cultural and historical approach and economic approach on the one hand, and of course, geostrategic approach later on, when the issue became rather complicated with, the Turkish involvement in the crisis. Right now, I believe that Iran is in between and trying to balance between these two approaches, and has taken a smart foreign policy to not stand between the two countries and somehow establish a kind of positive neutrality, not acting at the expense of the third party. Iran has tried to somehow satisfy both Armenia and Azerbaijan, and it is in the context of the Iranian new government to somehow establish a balanced foreign policy with the neighborhood countries. And in this context, I think, the South Caucasus area is very much important, because Iran, like Turkey, as Sinan mentioned, has a kind of close relations with Russia. And Russia's, element in this context and equation is also important for Iran, because the South Caucasus is in between Iran and Russia. And when geography matters a lot in the time of regionalization that we are in, therefore, the issue of transit diplomacy matters for Iran mostly and is significant. And Iran's president visited Azerbaijan, and they have signed a contract of swap of energy, and Iran's foreign minister recently visited Azerbaijan also and tried to somehow improve relations. And of course, at the same time, there was the military maneuver of Iran in the northern border, showing that Iran cannot tolerate any change of geopolitics and change of borders. That is a red line for Iran. Therefore, it is a combination of looking, developmental approach and geostrategic approach with a neutral, positive neutral policy, trying to satisfy both sides. I can tell you that Iran was also prepared and waited for long to correct itself in terms of returning the occupied land of Azerbaijan to the mainland. And this is the, word of Iran's supreme leader, that Iran should correct its policy. And that is to somehow support the, freeing the land, and at the same time, not letting any geopolitical changes happen in the region. Right now, I think that what is important is that Iran is trying to somehow having good relations with both neighboring countries, which are both respected for Iran, trying to take, the between side and trying to not taking any, side with any countries in the South Caucasus, because geographically, as I mentioned, it is in the Iran's new government policy to improve and enhance relations with the neighborhood region. And even, the terms of balanced policy or active foreign policy or moderated foreign policy, despite of the this current conservative progressive government of President Raisi, the issue of, enhancing economy and establishing security is very much significant in the conduct of Iran's foreign policy. Therefore, I think what is a matter for Iran is to somehow not trying to bring instability in the region. In this regard, I would say that, Iran's way forward is this. Trying first to expand diplomacy in the region, because Iran believes that any expansion of diplomacy will balance the, the aims of different involved actors. Here, I think the issue or the negotiation context of 3+3 is significant for Iran. 3 means that Russia, Iran, Turkey on one hand, and 3 countries of the South Caucasus, Georgia, Armenia, and Azerbaijan on the other, can sit together and try to consider regional realities and realities on the ground, and try to put it in a kind of process-oriented negotiations, because Iran is a country that believes in process-oriented negotiation, as it was the case in Syria, in Yemen, other places in the context of regional security and international security. Therefore, a step-by-step approach and trying to bring the stability in a process-oriented, negotiations matters for Iran. So first is in terms of policy implications and Iran's approach, a good diplomacy is to expand the diplomacy and expand the context of the countries involved, 3+1. Second is focusing on the realities on the ground and historical realities on the ground, focusing on regional solutions and local solutions, because again, it is in Iran's policy to not see big power in its neighborhood region. Of course, Russia has historical attachment to the region. Russia, Turkey, Iran are 3 regional powers that have historical, civilizational, and even cultural attachment with the region. And of course, they know the level of their role and influence, to be honest. I think they understand each other well, and they know how far they can go and how far they should stop when it goes to the regional peace and security. They understand each other very well. And that's why Iran, when it goes to the Ukrainian, crisis, which was the main focus of the previous panel, Iran also, as a regional independent, country and power, would stick with the positive neutrality, of course, favoring the Russian, Russian interest, but at the same time, it has its own, special relationship with Turkey. Sinan mentioned about the downing of the Russian jet. Iran didn't take the side of Russia. Instead, Iran took the side of Turkey, trying to mediate between Turkey and Russia, because it is in the context of the international relations that the regional power would like to establish, and enhance relations with each other, rather than bringing the bigger power in the equation. So it's normal and it's natural to, establish good relations with Turkey when it goes to the Karabakh crisis. Therefore, field realities and historical realities matters for Iran too. And in this regard, I think this idea of pan-Turkism will not be realized, because it's more of fantasy, because these countries of Turkish language, foundation that perhaps President Erdogan is following is not adjusted with the realities on the ground. These countries were under the Soviet era and they have their own way of governing. They are not, to go in this kind of, coalitions with Turkey. I don't think this is a reality. Even Azerbaijan has very good relations with Russia and Iran because it understands the realities on the ground. And third, perhaps it's the fact that rather than we think all the time of the strategic issues, we need to stick with, a kind of transit diplomacy and economic equation in the South Caucasus. This is a better approach in dealing with the South Caucasus, facts, and of course, an approach that can bring, long-term peace and security, and that is transit diplomacy. I think the South Caucasus is the hub of connecting Eurasian region, and it is between the four important seas that are, the Black Sea, the Mediterranean, the Caspian, the Persian Gulf, and by that to South Asia, sticking with a kind of, regional chain of good through South Caucasus could be a good approach to bring regional peace and security, rather than thinking of a strategic approach, going to Russian approach or a Turkish approach, trying to get to the historical past and other things. Right now, what I'm trying to say is that, different powers, Russia, Turkey, and Iran, are realizing the realities on the ground. And at the same time, Armenia and Azerbaijan, and perhaps Georgia, reassessing their policy. And by a kind of, moderate approach and expansion of diplomacy, we could reach to a kind of regional and sustainable peace and security, provided that we stick with the regional approach and at the same time trying to prioritize regional cooperation with collective regional efforts. I stop here. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Barzagar, for very. Is it okay? Thank you, Dr. Barzagar, for interesting overview. I think that all of our speakers have provided very interesting insights, and I remind our participants from the Zoom that they can send the questions through via Zoom chat, and as very little time is left between us and the lunch, I invite also the audience to start asking questions and use this possibility. The first question was already from Ambassador of Turkey. Please, Jaren.
Working? Yes. Good afternoon, and thank you very much for this fabulous panel, the previous one and this one. One single comment to the professor from Tehran. No, it's not a fantasy. It happened. It has been happening. The Turkic language countries coming together in a very culturally and socially format. It's not a military format. It's an economic, cultural format. And I think, as himself has mentioned, there are different cultural interests here. And yes, it's true, they have a Soviet past as well. Now, my question is actually to Mr. Utkin, and it's very practical. How do you think the events in Ukraine would have an impact on the Caucasus? I mean, if it gets very tough in Ukraine, what do you think we should expect from Russia in the Caucasus? And this is this question. And the third, again, I have to challenge our professor from Tehran, that 3+3 is not about Russia, Iran, Turkey versus Georgia, Armenia, Azerbaijan. You can read it in 3+3 in many different forms on very different issues. And second, 6 can be divided to 2-2-2-2 or 4-4-4-2, 5-1. I think the most important part is not to be left there to 5-1. This is the rule of diplomacy. And it is indeed, it's more than 6. There is another actor which I would like to ask to actually Ambassador Dr. Faris Shafiev, the role of Israel, because we have not spoken about them. They were there and they are there. And I think it's very relevant that there are other regional and out of this region actors in addition to EU or the US. So thank you very much, and I'll be following the conference with great pleasure. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Again.
Thank you
very
very
much to all the
And
participants.
let's maybe take one more question, and then we will get answers. And I think it's Tango. I cannot recognize
It's me.
people in masks.
Tengis Khaladze, European Center for International Political Economy. So I also have a question about this 3+3. And first of all, I think it needs more clarity. There is no 3+3. There is 3+2 or 2+3, as you wish, unless Georgia decide to join this format. About 1 year, maybe more, I heard number of invitation and suggestion that Georgia should join this format. And I'm always wondering, because I never heard a single reason why Georgia should do so. Because from the one side, Russia violated Georgia's territorial integrity and sovereignty. And just recently, 2 days ago, Minister Lavrov very explicitly said that Georgia should join the format without any precondition. So if that's so, at the same time, Georgia successfully developed its relationship with Azerbaijan, Turkey, Iran, Armenia. So why we don't need permission from Russia? Why we need to coordinate our relationship with Azerbaijan or Turkey or with Iran or with Armenia, with Russia? What Russia has to offer to Georgia if you don't respect our territorial integrity and sovereignty? Thank you.
Thank you, Tango. And so we have questions lined up. So who would like to start? Maybe.
Well, answering the question on Ukraine, of course, people in this region, they pay attention to what happens, and they decide on their own policies. I think on the one hand, on various levels, you had, if we speak of Georgia, you had a lot of compassion towards Ukraine. On the other, there has been a relatively careful official policy line, probably complicated by the issues that political issues that Georgia and Ukraine have between them, and that are not directly related to the conflict in Ukraine, but still. So it's, of course, something that people would watch very closely. But I do not think that we could expect kind of parallel escalation. Frankly, if we look into an escalation scenario in Ukraine, I think the countries that would suffer most would be Ukraine and Russia. And when it comes to other regions, would it be possible for them to not be dragged into this black hole? Yes, I think you could. You could have a very different dynamics elsewhere. And in spite of the fact that, yes, we do have those very, very painful issues between Russia and Georgia, I didn't see signs that this is somehow escalating. Yes, these issues are painful, they're there, but I didn't see that this is somehow made part of this broader escalation spiral, something. And answering Baton Tengiz question, I understand that there are, of course, other ways to discuss also projects that can be developed by countries of this region. And frankly, you can say the same for almost any international organization. Maybe the European Union is an exception in the sense that it transfers certain competences to the level of the union, and they have to be dealt with only there. But even if you take like NATO, there is a NATO process, and there is bilateral military cooperation that some countries of this NATO develop between themselves. So of course, if you create a format of talks in the region, it does not mean that you will go there to ask for any project that you want to develop, that you will ask other countries to agree with you when you don't need them. You can develop your projects bilaterally, but at the same time, it's I think not a bad idea to have those countries think what they could do to facilitate primarily what you're asking, what could be like the benefit of that, to facilitate business activity and trade routes. To me, it seems like the most important part of this idea. Of course, it's like in very broad terms. We have no time now to dig into every project that could be discussed, but this is the essence of that. That many people in the business world, they probably think, oh well, South Caucasus too complicated. They have all those conflicts. Probably it's better to avoid them altogether if we don't need to be present there. And to create the feeling that countries of this region, with all the issues that exist, they can talk to each other and they can make sure that those infrastructural connections and business environment is stable and that it is there, is probably the added value that this format could create potentially.
Thank you. And Dr. Barzagar, would you like to comment? Dr. Barzagar, are you with us?
Yes, yes. I don't know if I respond,
Yes.
that would make
Okay.
the situation better or not. But still,
you
I
like
think the lady ambassador, who is of course the representative of the government in Ankara, has the right to somehow, support this pan-Turkish policy. But I think that this is not going to be realized. And it is in the benefit of the region to not going in that realization, because that will be responded by Moscow and Tehran. I think this is important, that to understand that Turkey is, if it goes in that way, it's beyond Turkey capacity or potentials, as Turkey was not successful in handling the Syrian crisis or Egypt or even at the Arab Spring developments, because strategically it is not accepted by some countries in the region to change the balance of geopolitics in the region. Therefore, the wise policy would go to the natural way of geographical attachment. And of course, I believe that historical and cultural attachments are important. But still, I think that even Azerbaijan has a great attachment with Iran culturally, because, of course, language is important, but still culturally, Azerbaijan is a Shiite country. Geographically, they are attached. They have direct, connections. They are a part of the North and South corridor, attaching Russia, Azerbaijan, Iran to the Persian Gulf and India. There are a lot of factors here. I mean, geostrategic matters are important, but I would not suggest we go in that direction. If we go in that direction, that will, result in more instability in the region. Instead, I think we should stick with, economic approaches and transit diplomacy, so that the region can benefit from the regional prosperity. That's my comment to the lady ambassador, who I had the pleasure of, I think, once meeting her in Tbilisi conference, perhaps your conference.
Thank you. And Ambassador Shafir, please.
Yes, was question about Israel. Yes, we have a very friendly relationship, very versatile relationship with Israel, and it's important partner. We have economic and military and humanitarian domain, because sometimes it's, I know some, let's say, media trying to portray relationship as oil for weapons, which is not true. The people who speaking about that kind of relationship, they don't appreciate and don't know the history, the presence, 1,000 years presence of Jewish diaspora in Azerbaijan. And by the way, speaking about Israel, also a good manifestation to show that Azerbaijan maintains independent foreign policy. And actually we welcome now the rapprochement between Turkey and Israel, and we indeed trying also to make contribution. Speaking about that, I just would like to mention that we don't feel any sort of the pressure on this, speaking about the Turkish language unity. It's the natural, it will be expanded and deepened. And as far as the relationship with Turkey, Shusha Declaration, which was signed last year in June, is an important document, which we believe from Azerbaijani perspective, which enhances security arrangement for Azerbaijan and for the whole region, because again, you cannot find a country which supports the principle of territorial integrity. And again, would like very briefly to speak about 3+3, 3+2, because there is a lot of, again, conversations concerned from our Georgian friends. Again, this is the format which was suggested in 90s. We could not move with that format when in 2008, it was again reintroduced, and there was another formula, 3+3+2. Michael Emerson was the author of that formula. finally, President Erdogan and Ilham Aliyev, President of Azerbaijan, made this formula heard again the regional in December 2020. How you can imagine President of Azerbaijan and Turkey speaking about regional cooperation and not inviting Georgia? It's not possible. So we fully understand concern of Georgia. We know that at this stage in that format is not possible, but door is open. Again, it's the ethical invitation. So maybe in the future it will be possible, but now we can other formulas, troikas like Georgia, Turkey, Azerbaijan, we can work perfectly within that format.
Thank you. Thank you. And if there are no questions, okay. So Tamar and then Igor, and that's probably the last round, so that.
Tamar Gizurashvili, Media Development Foundation. It was mentioned that Turkey can balance Russia in the region. Vice versa, Russia speculates that Russia is only power who can protect Georgia from so-called Turkish threats. In light of development of construction of Namokhvani hydropower, can we say for sure, which became very attractive topic for far rights, not only for Greens, that Turkey is capable to balance Russia in this region? Thank you.
And Tamar, your question goes to specifically someone or just whoever volunteers?
Okay. Maybe again, I don't know, maybe some technical details about internal matters here in Georgia, between Georgia and Turkish, some projects. You know, sometimes those projects is skillfully used by outside powers to ignite, you know, anti-something. We've seen that in Central Asia too, in some other countries too. I think, again, Turkish-Georgian relationship is very important for stability of the region. Again, we not only bilateral, but trilateral format is very important. And as I said, maybe from our national perspective, the Turkish involvement in the region is natural. It's not directed against excluding Russia or Iran, but rather than, as I said in before, it's about invitation of all forces. By the way, I wanted to also speak about another very important player, which I believe, as compared to some other countries, for example, the whole European Union, has very consistent and constructive policy. It's the United Kingdom. I believe UK policy and UK involvement can be also quite positive, and we cooperate with Britain on a number of matters, energy and, you know, the economic matters.
And I saw hands up. Okay. Amanda. Okay.
Thank you. I'll be very brief because I know the lunch is waiting. My question is about the Armenia-Turkey normalization. I would like the speakers to elaborate a bit further on the challenges that could manifest themselves. I mean, we know that the main obstacle, Azerbaijan, isn't there this time, but there were also other challenges during the previous effort at normalization. So if you could comment on that, and also the role in civil society and grassroots organizations in this process, because again, last time, there was a very active civil society track. Is this something that has already started, or do you expect this to be the case?
Thank you. Yes.
Work now?
Yes.
Thank you for the question regarding Armenia-Turkey normalization process. My understanding is that in 2008-2009, the process was failed for two main reasons. First, obviously, it was resistance of Azerbaijan, was very angry, thinking that normalization in relations would definitely decrease the pressure on Armenia. And second, it was also position of Russia, because definitely the key initiator of this 2008-2009 process was the United States. And despite the fact that Russia was there, and even Foreign Minister Lavrov was in Zurich during the signing ceremony of protocols, but I believe that this was not fully agreed policy with Russia. Currently, I believe that this process will lead to the establishment of at least diplomatic relations between Armenia and Turkey and opening of border, because all external players are for this process. Russia is in the process, and mostly Russia controls the process. And also, we saw the first meeting took place in Moscow. United States, European Union support this process, UK support this process, and Azerbaijan support this process. However, from Armenian perspective, I don't think that Armenia will gain much from this Armenia-Turkey normalization and opening of border. Economically, it's very difficult to assess. I'm not an expert on economy, but definitely there are potential benefits, but also could be potential damages because of overflow of Armenian market of Turkish export, especially as a result of depreciation of lira. Turkish export is much more cheap, and it can create huge problems for those Armenian producers who are focused on local market. And also we can see the penetration of big Turkish companies in such sectors as construction, agriculture, textile, hospitality. And we all know that Turkey are very strong Turkish companies, and they can simply swallow those Armenian companies which works in these sectors. And construction and also agriculture, hospitality, and also textile is a sector very important for Armenia. And politically, frankly speaking, my understanding is that for years to come, if not decades, still both Armenia, both Azerbaijan and also Turkey, they will have adversarial relations with Armenia. So from politically also Armenia should assess, okay, Armenia-Turkey normalization will definitely, maybe slightly, but definitely increase Turkish role and influence in the South Caucasus. So is it okay for Armenia to see the role of its adversary increasing influence in the South Caucasus? I'm not so sure, but because all external players are for this process, and Russia is for this process, and currently Russia has huge influence on current Armenian government, I believe that the Armenian government has no options to say no, and maybe part of the government still believes that if Armenia-Turkey relations are normalized, it will help Armenia in longer term perspective, maybe 10, 15 years, also to decrease its dependence over Russia. So giving all this, my assessment is that also I don't see any real or tangible benefits for Armenia, both geopolitical and economically, or at least there are benefits, but also there are problems or could be harms. But at the end of the day, I believe that the process will result in decision to establish diplomatic relations, to open embassies, and also to open the border. Thanks.
Thank you. And there was this last question from Igor, and we will end the panel with him.
Yeah. Yeah. Hello, and first of all, thanks a lot to Rondeli Foundation for today's conference. It's very interesting. And of course, to our speakers as well. My question will be, I think, to Ambassador Shafiev and our guest expert from Turkey, if he's still here. So we're meeting, as we mentioned many times, when the Kremlin is blackmailing the civilized world with attacking Ukraine. And I'm very grateful to President Aliyev for visiting Ukraine on Friday, when Minister Lavrov was telling that Azerbaijan and Turkey, I quote, should inform Georgia about the benefits of the 3+3 format. I don't think it's like really interesting to talk about 3+2. It's not 3, as mentioned. But my question is, maybe at the time when we see that there is no any respect to sovereignty, and we saw Kazakhstan events where Prime Minister Pashinyan from one side, I think, was pushed to make very not very how to say positive step. And from the other side, sovereignty of Kazakhstan also was injured in some way. So maybe it is a good time to think about other formats, like to give a new start to Guam, for example, Georgia, Ukraine, Azerbaijan, Moldova, or make a highest level meeting of Turkey, Azerbaijan, Georgia formats. This kind of formats where we can talk without any fear, freely in a good environment, and to show that there is unity in the region. Thanks. Ambassador, please.
Well, I think Guam format exists. There is this Guam Secretariat. You can argue how active Guam format or not. Maybe yes, should be much more active. I agree. As far as a troika concerning Azerbaijan, Georgia, and Turkey, I've been already mentioned that we see that this is the backbone of the cooperation in the South Caucasus, and should be further expanded. I mean, the cooperation should be further, developed. And so we fully support. We even at think tank level, we think that some engagement.
And Mr. Olgan, are you still with us? Can we?
Yes, I'm still with you.
You can comment on the other formats of cooperation.
Yeah, I don't have anything, really interesting to say. And just a second, the ambassador a moment ago, in the sense that the Azerbaijan, Turkey, Georgia format is the backbone indeed, because these are countries that obviously look at many of the regional issues with a common eye, common perspective. But that's not necessarily a replacement of the 3+3. The function of the 3+3 format is somewhat different. So we can't see the Troika as a alternative to the 3+3. I certainly would very much want the Troika to be strengthened and possibly constitute, a stronger caucus. But it's not the real alternative to the 3+3. And indeed, today as well, it was very clear what are some of the impediments in terms of the 3+3. But nonetheless, the Troika is, because of its setup, composition, structure, is not a replacement. And let's hope that the barriers, the impediments of the 3+3 will somewhat be addressed, including, and obviously most importantly, the territorial integrity of Georgia.
Thank you. And I guess we are done with the panel. Let me thank very much our speakers for extremely interesting talks, questions, answers, both in person and online. And, let me also applaud. And we can move to a lunch. Thank you, everyone. I'm sorry, Dr. Barzagar and Mr. Olgan, you are not with us. Next time.
Oh. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for coming back. We are about to start the Afghanistan panel. Now, have we had this panel 6 months ago? I'm sure we would see the fully packed room and a lot of interest. But clearly, time has passed. Other events have happened, and this tragic footage that we have seen from Afghanistan is almost forgotten. But the problems are not forgotten. I'm not sure that any solution to these problems has been found over the past 6 months. And here we are to examine the new paradigm in Afghanistan. What's going to happen to this country? What are the external influences? And for this, we have an excellent panel of 3 speakers. We will start with
Dr. Yang Jiang, Vice President of Shanghai Institute of International Studies. Then Mr. Akram Umarov from Uzbekistan, who's a Senior Research Fellow in the University of World Economy and Diplomacy, and also a Fulbright Fellow. And last but obviously not least, we have Ms. Jennifer Brick Murtazashvili, who's the founding director of the Center for the Governing and Markets at the University of Pittsburgh. So without further ado, and I'm very happy to see Mr. Jiang is online, and I hope he can hear us. So Professor, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. Dear President Ekalina Matveli, and dear friends and all participants, good afternoon. It's my great honor to be invited to the Security Conference organized by the Rondeli Foundation, Georgia Foundation for Strategic and International Study. Honestly speaking, I really hope I can participate in the conference in Tbilisi physically, but because the COVID-19, I have to change my plan. First of all, on behalf of the Shanghai Institute for International Study, I would like to congratulate Rondeli Foundation on its 20th anniversary. We attach great importance to the cooperation between our institutes and the Rondeli Foundation. Firstly, please allow me to give a brief introduction about my observation on the Chinese attitude and policy toward Afghanistan issue. The major security event in Central Asia in 2021, it should be the US troop withdrawal from Afghanistan. The media focus on the chaos when the United States withdraw its troop. Another phenomenon that we are concerned about is that the mentality of power politics expressed by British and some American media and even some scholars. The typical narrative is who will fill the power vacuum left after the withdrawal of U.S. troop. Our question is that should a region be called as a governance or political vacuum if there is no influence of any great power? Is it reasonable for a region with a small and a medium-sized country independently governing without big powers influence? This kind of a mentality of power vacuum or political vacuum deduced by the concept of the sphere of the influence. It should be appendix of a colonial era. China opposed the concept on the sphere of influence, and China will not use the withdrawal of US troops as an opportunity to enter Afghanistan to fill so-called influence vacuum or political vacuum. As a neighbor country, China has good wishes for the peace and the reconstruction of Afghanistan. China, as you know, that China Foreign Minister Wang Yi has presided over a special meeting of a foreign minister of the China +5 Central Asia country. And also he attended the foreign minister meeting in a platform of a Shanghai Cooperation Organization, Afghanistan Liaison Group. And China also participated in the emergency meeting on the Afghanistan issue held by the UN Security Council, and also conducted close communication with the EU and the United States and Pakistan, Central Asia country, Russia, Iran, Turkey, and other important issue-related parties. Our foreign minister has a phone call discussion with his counterpart, Russian counterpart, Mr. Sergei Lavrov, and the US counterpart of the Mr. Blinken. And also China has a dialogue with the representative of Afghan Taliban. Its purpose is to help Afghanistan to achieve a smooth transition and social stability. As for China's basic principle for dealing with the future contraction of Afghanistan, as you know, that Chinese government has made it very clear. China will firstly continue to pursue a friendly policy towards all Afghan people. I like the phrase that all Afghan people, and to respect Afghanistan's sovereignty, independence, and territorial integrity. And three, not to interfere in Afghanistan's internal affairs. And four, continue to provide assistance within China's capacity for early realization of a peace and reconstruction of Afghanistan. As for the message sent by China to Taliban regime, includes China sincerely hope that all parties in Afghanistan will comply with the urgent aspiration of all their own people and the general expectation of the international community. And China encourage Afghan Taliban to pursue moderate and prudent religious policy. We think that to be helpful to form inclusive political structure together with other political forces aspects of in the Afghanistan. And China encouraged Taliban to pursue a peaceful and friendly foreign policy, especially with the neighbor, because we are neighbor, their neighbor. Help them to focus on the economic development and the reconstruction of Afghanistan. And moreover, the new Chinese government also expressed that the new Afghan regime should have a clear cut. Maybe it should be a completely cut with all kind of international terrorist forces, and the shoulder responsibility of restraining and combating terrorist forces, so as to prevent Afghanistan from becoming a gathering place for terrorist extremist forces and international or organized crime again. Following, I would like to express my several my point of view on the security issue beyond Afghanistan issue. Point one, I want to express that the rights and the capability of a small, medium-sized country in the region to contract the regional peace and security must be respected. In history, some small and medium-sized countries have played a very important role in regional security issue and also in global security. During Cold War, Finland it's a promotion Helsinki Agreement play a very important role in easing tension between Soviet Union bloc and Western Europe and even United States. In 1990s, Norway played outstanding contribution to the Oslo Agreement in Palestinian-Israel peace deal. And today, I think Singapore's balancing role in Indo-Pacific region is very impressive. Therefore, we believe that the wisdom of small and medium-sized countries on peace and security should not be ignored only because they are small size. On contrary, under some special circumstances, they can play a role that great power cannot play. Today's conference held in Georgia, in South Caucasus, that geographically Georgia maintain equal distance from the center of Europe and China and the north Russia. It also can is at a hub of land and sea transportation in Eurasia, and also linked to important sea routes to Black Sea, as a very close contact with the important economy as Turkey, Iran, and Central Asia. So Georgia is an important hub for the flow of economic elements, and they can play a special role as an important country in the regional economic development and the regional security. The second point I want to make that security should be a concept that's a common stability and a peace, and a comprehensive and altogether, rather than seeking for one or a group of countries to seeking to establish absolutely superiority over the others. The point 3 I want to make is that the difference between the partnership and the alliance system on their impact on the world security. The allied system rooted in war mentality that has escalated to the brink, as I mentioned, a full-scale conflict between NATO and the Warsaw Treaty during Cold War. Today we can witness another way to see common development and the peaceful coexistence to international cooperation. That is the partnership network. To my knowledge, EU has adopted a special format of cooperation. For instance, the European Neighborhood Policy Instruments and the Eastern Partnership. Georgia is a participant of both of the formats. China pursue independent and non-allied and peaceful diplomatic relation. That means China would like to establish the partnership with all countries based on the mutual interest and friendship instead of setting up or join any ally group. This partnership not aim at any third party, nor do they constrain China's relation with the third party at the will of the other party. So I would like to stop here, and I would like to listen to other participants speaking and join the following discussion. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Professor, for your very insightful presentation. And if I may go to Akram now, Dr. Akram.
Yeah, please.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. Is it working? No. Yes? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, it's working. Thank you. Thank you very much for this opportunity. I'm also very grateful to the Rondeli Foundation for this invitation on their kind of milestone conference devoted to the 20th anniversary. And I'm very glad to know the interest to Afghanistan, Central Asia, and South Caucasus, but usually we consider that South Caucasus is a bit far from Afghanistan, even despite our kind of previous historical experience, a bit far from even from Central Asia. And I think the current developments in Afghanistan can create a new opportunities possibly in the future for enhancing cooperation between Central Asia and South Caucasus. So first, let me briefly stop on what happened in Central Asia, how it reacted to the regime change in Kabul after Taliban takeover in August. So overall, I think there was more positive approach to this fact that Taliban could gain the power in the country. And it was mainly related to the realities of the country. Unfortunately, all attempts of Central Asia to enhance relations with the previous governments, to establish closer relations, especially in the recent years under the leadership of Uzbekistan, there was a big policy of desecuritization of Afghanistan. So Central Asia tried to have a different vision on Afghanistan, not perceive it as a purely security threat and challenge to the region, but rather as a possible opportunity to create new markets, new opportunities for the region in order to stabilize it more. So to be a bit far from to look on Afghanistan from security angle. And but due to the internal destabilization of instability in Afghanistan and these clashes between Taliban and government forces, the infrastructure projects, economic activities which Central Asia planned in the country, they were not reached. And there was a hope that under the leadership of Taliban, possibly, finally, Afghanistan would be a bit more stable and it will give more opportunities to implement these long discussed projects on power supply lines, on railways, connecting Central and South Asia through Afghanistan. And that's why Central Asia, I think, invested a lot politically and economically in the last years. And just to ignore these investments because of the regime change in Afghanistan would not be very rational decision. So this was the vision from Central Asia, why it's now actively interacting with Taliban, trying to understand what's the ideology, how they are looking for the future, and what are the perspectives of cooperation. Of course, there is a bit, the second point is a bit division in the region on positions toward Taliban. There is a position of Tajikistan, which is quite anti-Taliban. Yeah, they're criticizing Taliban a lot. They have no kind of official direct interaction with Taliban and have a lot of speeches by their leadership, by the officials criticizing Taliban for many issues. But the other four countries are quite either neutral or positive towards Taliban. They're actively engaging with it. Even Kyrgyzstan, which has no direct border and limited interest in Afghanistan, has sent its envoys, established some links with Taliban. And so all four countries have conducted some official meetings and negotiations with Taliban. But even in this kind of division, I don't see a dramatic division of interests and vision from Central Asia towards Afghanistan. Tajikistan, despite criticizing Taliban, they're quite actively engaging in relation with them, for example, in supplying electricity. They haven't stopped supply of electricity. They even recently signed a new contract. That border trade has also didn't stop. So these economic things are going on. Despite all this political rhetoric, Tajikistan is not fully ignoring Taliban or not trying to put it in isolation. And also the concerns and principles which Tajikistan expressing, to some extent, they're shared throughout the Central Asia. So the demand for more inclusive government, for providing rights to the ethnic minorities in Afghanistan, there are the common principles and concerns which other countries are also expressing. Maybe not in a very criticizing manner, like Tajikistan is doing, but I'm sure in more close interactions behind the doors, not officially in the media, but I'm sure they're expressing their concerns and reaching Taliban on these concerns, asking them to fix these issues. The third issue, which I would like to underline, the withdrawal of the US and overall decrease of the interest to Central Asia from Washington. And of course, it's leading to increasing cooperation with Russia and even to some extent with China. And it's not something I would criticize, but this is the reality which is happening. I'm not saying it's good or bad, but because of this decrease of the interest and withdrawal of it's not just withdrawal from Afghanistan. It's withdrawal, maybe not kind of full withdrawal, but poor demonstration of lack of interest to Central Asia. And from the previous discussion, I feel that even to South Caucasus, yeah, it's less and less attention and interest to these regions from the US administration and the change of priorities. And so it means that US presence and commitment, not just to Central Asia, but and broader Eurasia, I think remain quite uncertain. And it's not just about Central Asia, and similar developments are happening around this region. And even now, while there is a discussion, we raised with these issues during our yesterday discussion with Ambassador Petriashvili, but there is that There is a lot of discussion on these draft agreements between the US and NATO on the one side and Russia, kind of division of spheres of influence, that Ukraine and the center of this discussion. But actually, if you look on this document, they are mentioning South Caucasus, Central Asia, that there is a demand that this region should be abandoned by any Western presence. But these regions are almost, there is no discussion or very, very little discussion about their involvement in this interaction. I think it's not very fair and just to exclude these regions from this discussion. If it's not this colonial periods when you can decide the fates of the nations even without involvement. So I think it's maybe something we can think about and cooperate more between South Caucasus and Central Asia and be more active in these issues. What kind of issues from Afghanistan which can affect Central Asia? There are several of them. First, I think it's obvious now after like 6 months or 5 months of Taliban leadership, running insurgency and running a country or government are not completely similar things. Yeah, you can be quite successful in one thing, but you can be at the same level unsuccessful in the other one. And governance failures, the country, the government failures of Taliban, if they couldn't find some necessary solutions in the near future, could lead to the collapse or fragmentation of the country. There is a big polarization inside Afghanistan about the current government and the fact that there is no balanced presence of different ethnicities leading to these discussions that maybe we should live separately. Yeah, we are coming to the stage that these different ethnicities even discussing such issues. And the second thing that Taliban, it seems that part of Taliban is still not understanding that the country is different from the one they led 30 years ago. Yeah, it's facing problems in getting necessary and dominant legitimacy among all parts of Afghan society. And there is a big question about the independence of Taliban from external influence. There are a lot of internal divisions, fractions. You can see that while the Minister of Foreign Affairs or Mr. Baradar is trying to convince international community that we are different, we change, at the same time, the other wings of Taliban implementing a new rules, restricting education, introducing new restrictions on the way how you should wear your clothes, how you should behave in the society, so which are leading to a misunderstanding of who is Taliban. The next issue, the huge amount of left weaponry in the country, a big concern for Central Asia. We don't know how this weapon is going to be used, who is actually controlling it, to what extent Taliban is capable to provide its security. Terrorism, drugs, and the refugee crisis are also on the agenda of the possible challenges from Afghanistan. So now main refugee flows are going to Pakistan and Iran, but of course, these countries are not capable or accept all these refugees. Every day, like at least 8,000 people from Afghanistan are crossing Iranian border to get this refugee status. Almost the same numbers you can find in Pakistan. So these countries are already hosting millions of Afghan refugees. Central Asia is not on that stage, but if the situation will be deteriorate in Afghanistan, could also face this refugee issue. And then the last one, the Taliban gain of power, to some extent was perceived as a model for radical groups in the region. It advanced the rhetoric about the win of poor religious group over the Western enemies, and the spread of religious fundamentalist ideology in Central Asia, of course, would not be in favor of the region. And this is something we should take into account and create some counter ideology which will be against such kind of fundamentalist approach in the region. In conclusion, I would like to say that despite this, some positive developments which region could reach in its relations with Afghanistan, I think we are still lacking more regional, more united approach to Afghanistan. We are still interacting with Afghanistan on bilateral level. And of course, it's not strengthening us more. and the more regional unity would add more strength and power to our subjectivity in international relations and to our policies in Afghanistan. Of course, the further destabilization of Afghanistan will have a long-term negative effect. That's why we are trying to support, to some extent, the Taliban in order to let them to get control over the country and to stabilize it. Not to support their ideology, but to support them as a power, which is now the only one which can provide some kind of security and stability. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Am I? Yes? Okay.
Yes, I think, yeah, it works. Yeah, thank you, Akram. And Jennifer, it's your time. Yeah, the American withdrawal from Afghanistan was a hard pill to swallow for America's friends, and it still left this gap and some sort of uncertainty over where it is heading. And now you hear from across the panels that it's not just leaving the Afghanistan, it also means leaving Central Asia, it also means leaving Caucasus, and maybe leaving the Europe too, and sort of this whole domino theories are constructed. So it's hard to untangle those theories, but the contribution from you would be most welcome. So please.
And I think, so I know it's after lunch and it's really hard. It's a hard time to focus. So I'll just try to be as brief as I can and open things up for discussion. But I think there are a lot of hard lessons here for all of us as we look at the US withdrawal from Afghanistan about the support of the United States, the ability of the United States to execute on its foreign policy objectives. What is United States foreign policy objectives? How effective is the United States in carrying out those things? And I think we saw very tragically the incoherence of so much US foreign policy play out in Afghanistan over the past 20 years. And I should say I saw the war in Afghanistan from the beginning until the very end this past summer. And it was very heartbreaking to see, but also very predictable. We saw the mistakes happen along the way, and many of us were very critical of US foreign policy when, beginning in the Bonn process, which established a highly centralized constitution, which overpromised democracy, under-delivered in terms of opportunities for citizens to participate. And people saw that gap. They understood that gap, and it was quite apparent to them. But now we're looking at the de-Americanization of Central Eurasia. And I think there's really important implications for this, for Central Asian states, for regional powers, for China, for Russia. And it's a very different region right now. And I think there's a lot of positive sum opportunities, which I'll speak about in a second. The first thing, I think we all know how much credibility the United States lost in Afghanistan. And I want to be clear about why. This was about delivery. This was about effective execution. Recall that when the United States began the war in Afghanistan, it had the support of Russia, it had the support of Iran, it had the support of China, it had the support of even Pakistan. All regional players were aligned. And there was no indication during those early years that there was any miscommunication or anybody was playing any strategic games to undermine what the US was doing. The US undid itself. The longer the US was in Afghanistan, the worse the outcomes were for the people of Afghanistan. And that's why it was very difficult to stay from just looking at the Afghan perspective and looking at from the perspective of other regional powers. So if you're Uzbekistan, if you're Tajikistan, if you're China, if you're Russia, you're worried about instability, especially in northern parts of Afghanistan. The longer the US was there, the worse the outcomes were. Between 2013 and 2020, 30% of the population of northern Afghanistan was internally displaced. 30%. There were groups like ISIS now operating in northern Afghanistan. They weren't there before. Northern Afghanistan became increasingly radicalized. This changed because of the US presence and the complete ineffectiveness of the way the US went about its state building strategy. And I've written about this extensively. That's a whole nother conversation about why that is. But the longer the US was there, the neighbors lost confidence in what the US was doing. So Russia lost confidence, China lost confidence, and they began to look for alternative strategies. They began talking to the Taliban. And in the United States even lost so much confidence in its own strategy that it began talking to the Taliban, right? And left the Afghan government out of the conversation. So these dynamics were going on for a very long time. And I think this credibility issue is one that as we're looking at these regions, we have to understand this very seriously, how bad the situation was inside of Afghanistan. Because I think for many of us, we turned on the television in August and we had forgotten about Afghanistan for a long time, right? And we saw these horrific pictures. We saw the pleas of women and human rights activists saying, please don't leave. If the US leaves, we'll lose everything. But meanwhile, so many people had been killed. If you look at rural areas, there had been so much violence. This wasn't an easy decision, I think, for anyone, but domestically, inside the United States, there was no longer support for US military presence. And one of the reasons for this is because it was not clear what the strategy was. And this is a question I think we should all be thinking about. It's come up so much in our conversations today, is what is US strategy? It's hard to say. And it's been very hard to say what US strategy was in Afghanistan, especially for the past 15 years. And there was a sense that the longer the US was there, it was unclear what the strategy was. So let's just throw money. First it was throw troops, and then it was throw money, took back some of the troops, continued to throw the money at the country, hoping that the problem would somehow resolve itself. The problem with this is that just created more corruption. It undermined whatever faith was left that citizens had in the US effort in Afghanistan. So what does this mean for the region? Rather than a power vacuum, and I would agree with Dr. Yang that there is no power vacuum, and to think of one is a big mistake. There are 7,000 Russian troops in Tajikistan. There's not a power vacuum in the region. And we know that there was anarchy brewing inside of Afghanistan. So the regional players, neighboring countries, were looking at this. They were preparing themselves for the withdrawal from Afghanistan. So as soon as this government collapsed, the foreign minister of Uzbekistan put a picture on Facebook 20 years ago of him and the current Taliban foreign minister. He says, we know these people, we've dealt with them for years, we feel fine with this. But the headlines we read in the United States was that Central Asian countries are terrified, they're insecure, they are fearful of Taliban spillovers. But what we are seeing instead is a new, confident Central Asia globally. Domestically, it's another issue. But globally, we're seeing a very confident Central Asia as it engages with the Taliban. Central Asia had hoped for these infrastructure projects, railway projects that linked Central Asia to South Asia, because otherwise Central Asia is completely dependent upon Russia, China. It wants easier access to the sea. When you're small and you're landlocked, you want more options. And for years, there was the hope that the United States would stabilize Afghanistan and produce these infrastructure projects, rail lines, power lines, gas lines, positive sum wins for everybody in the region. That never happened. And the great irony now is that under the Taliban, there is stability. We don't call it peace, but there's stability for the moment. Central Asian states are now negotiating with the Taliban for construction of these infrastructure projects that seemed like totally workable under the United States, but for some reason could not be achieved. And for some reason now it seems more feasible under Taliban control. Now, I think this is a lot of the Central Asian states making a bet that, as one Russian analyst said, that the Taliban can behave like Putin, that they can create perfect political control and stability inside the country, and there won't be any cracks. That's a big bet. I don't think it's any of us are really sure that the Taliban can provide that kind of stability in the long term. But there is hope now that among regional players. So what we're seeing as a consequence of this de-Americanization is the emergence of these regional players. We're seeing a very vibrant Uzbekistani foreign policy, very confident, both confident Uzbekistan and confident Tajikistan. in different ways. President Rahman of Tajikistan gets up and he criticizes the Taliban. He says, this doesn't sound like someone who's afraid of them, right? He's not going to go criticize the Taliban and say, you know, we're with the Northern Alliance, we're with Massoud, if he's afraid of them. And the same thing for Uzbekistan, very confident, sending delegations immediately. We saw a little kerfuffle last week where a Taliban defense official asked Uzbekistan and Tajikistan for all the military aircraft that you recall when the state collapsed. Many pilots took their aircraft into Tajikistan and Uzbekistan. Well, the Taliban military called for those return of those aircraft and sort of made veiled threats against the governments of Tajikistan and Uzbekistan. And Uzbekistan then shut the power off. It seemed coincidental that Uzbekistan provides so much of electricity to Afghanistan, and that power was turned off for a few hours, and I think reminded the Taliban of its dependence upon its neighbors. And so that's the story here, is that there is real dependence upon neighbors. And with the de-Americanization, we're beginning to see that these mutual interests emerge. What is Russia's interest? I think Russia's interest is a stable Afghanistan. I don't see them as being particularly ideological concerned with who, what, where, when, and how. It has to do with who can provide political control. There was a deep fear of the growth of ISIS and terrorist groups that would threaten Moscow. And if the Taliban can promise Russia that that's not going to happen, that there'll be no ISIS spillovers into Central Asia, I think Russia will be okay with this. But it's very convenient for the Taliban to keep some Tajik fighters, to keep some Uzbek fighters in their territory, to remind their neighbors of who's really in charge, right? It gives them leverage over Central Asian states and over Moscow. So everyone is going to continue playing these games, but it is a new day in the region. And I think as we think about this, about the Caucasus, about this region, about Ukraine, about the United States and NATO and these alliances, I think there are a lot of lessons for us to take away from Afghanistan. And I wonder, does the future of these alliances look more like Afghanistan? Is Afghanistan the future of this region? Not in terms of the conflict, but in terms of the alliances, in terms of US support, in terms of Europe, in terms of NATO. One of the things I think we're asking, and I'm asking as an American, is what is our strategy? And we haven't seen really strong foreign policy strategies, I think, from any of our administrations over the past 3 administrations. I think we've seen a lot of confusion. And I think so much of this is based on American domestic politics, which we could have a whole nother conversation about. But without clear foreign policy objectives, it's going to be hard for anyone to rely on the United States right now. So I will leave it at that.
Well, thank you very much, Jennifer. But let me come to you with the question. You said there is no US strategy towards Afghanistan now, and a lot of confusion. And then the question obviously is, what do you think strategy should be then?
So that's criticizing is an easy thing. Coming up with a new strategy, that's a hard thing. So obviously, I think this caught the United States by surprise. And this is what surprises so many of us, because beginning in 2009, President Obama, he said, when he announced the surge of US troops, he says, we're going to have a surge of troops, but then we're going to begin withdrawing. And so the US has actually been psychologically withdrawing from Afghanistan for 13 years. So the fact that there was no strategy to think about what this would look like, I think to many of us was very symbolic of this challenge. Now, how do you engage with the Taliban? What do you do? Well, close to 80% of the countries of Afghanistan's budget was dependent on the United States. You cut that money off and you have the world's worst humanitarian crisis. Probably people are now saying it's the worst famine in human history that we are seeing take place in Afghanistan right now. And this is because the US has cut off financial support. Now, of course, completely understand why the US doesn't cut that off. It was unclear who was in control of the country. We heard that Ashraf Ghani left with $169 million in cash, right? So you want to shut off the bank, you want to shut off the banking system, but it's imperative that the US, and unless it wants to starve the Afghan people, which I know it does not, find a solution. So of course, humanitarian aid is beginning to come in. The US Congress has created licenses for some NGOs to work more inside of Afghanistan. But to me, this exacerbates the existing problem, is we see Afghanistan as a humanitarian problem. And Central Asian states don't see Afghanistan. They see it as a commerce, a hub of commerce, trade, and but without cash, businesses can't do business. Afghans are extremely entrepreneurial, and many of the parts of Afghanistan where I traveled over the years that had peace were prosperous because people know how to run businesses. They're entrepreneurial. They don't want to be dependent upon aid. But this cycle, cutting off the finances because you want to hurt the Taliban, hurts people, making them more dependent on aid and making them more dependent on these old structures that didn't work. And so, you know, one of a joke I've heard recently is if we want to discredit the Taliban regime, what do? We send in armies of USAID officers to build their state, right? I mean, because this is the reality of of what was built over the past 20 years. It was devastating. And so the commercial sector and business, that's going to be the future of this country. We know that the aid and all of this infrastructure didn't work. It can be a Band-Aid for a very short period of time, but for long-term stability, people need money, they need access to cash, and they need the opportunity to do business.
Well, thank you, Jennifer. And with this, let me open the floor for the questions. Yes. Alex is a former, Georgia's former ambassador to Turkmenistan and Afghanistan. So I'm sure he has something interesting to say.
Thank you. Thank you for very excellent presentations. We have discussed yesterday. It was more insightful, by the way, and with more details. But I have a question here. The world, Taliban themselves, first of all, are expecting that they will be and hoping that they will be recognized and legitimated by the international community. If not, what is the limit of Taliban being nice? I mean, what's going to happen if their legitimation will be prolonged and we will not see their official representatives at UN, at different international organizations? Humanitarian catastrophe will not go away. Now Afghanistan is practically totally dependent on heroin's exports. And will this increase the threat of spilling over extremism and terrorism to the neighbors, first of all, and to the Western community and international partners? Thank you. To both of you, of course.
I think this is very, very tricky question. So it's always difficult to predict something, especially when we have such uncertainty in the country. But the current development, how I see it, it seems that Taliban is quite quickly going to the soon legitimization. So they're actively engaging with many, many countries. There are a lot of discussions. And there are a couple of things which they should implement in order to be acknowledged, like having several representatives from other ethnicities, not the ones which they already put, but the ones which somehow linked to the previous government. So that's why they recently had a trip to Iran and met with former governor of Herat, Ismail Khan, Ahmad Shah Massoud, his son, Junior, with him. Though there is ongoing discussion, and it seems the Taliban is understanding that they cannot be fully recognized without some compromise. Of course, it's not going to be easy, considering the internal divisions, as I mentioned earlier. There is a hard kind of part of Taliban which is completely against involving anyone from the previous government to the new one. But it's going to be hard. But anyway, if there is this pressure will be kept, and Taliban, I think, will make some compromise. Already we can see that there's some reopen some schools for girls. though they're trying to be, they're slow, but anyway, they're trying to somehow respond to these demands. But if they fail at the end of the day to find some kind of compromise with international community and to be recognized, then it will, I think it will lead to their internal collapse as well. So their lack of resources, the lack of support cannot kind of continue endlessly. At some point, it can lead to the rise of internal divisions, and Taliban itself can be divided in many fractions, not very happy with each other. And of course, this instability can definitely have impact on the region. So having this black hole near their borders is a big threat, definitely. So it can lead to, again, to the rise of this presence of variety of terrorist groups. So though it is going to be a new black hole, which can attract all kinds of criminals and terrorists around the region. So it's a big threat. So Central Asia is not in position to wish Taliban to fail. We hope that they can change gradually. We do not have high expectations that they will dramatically change, they will build liberal democratic society. But anyway, considering all these realities, they're trying to be rational and to change some kind of their visions in order to meet the expectations.
Well, thank you. You know, we are receiving also questions online. And obviously, when we planned this conference, we could not have imagined that what was seen as the island of stability in Central Asia, Kazakhstan, would almost come close to the chaos. And since here we have two neighbors of Kazakhstan, China and Uzbekistan here, let us use this opportunity and permit ourselves the liberty to ask questions first to Professor Can about his interpretation, his vision of what happened in Kazakhstan and what lies ahead, and then I would ask Akram the same question. So, Professor Can,
yeah, thank you for the ambassador question, and also I'm very glad to listen to the Akram and Jennifer's point of view, with interesting. I think that for the Taliban regime, they hope to like they be recognize the legitimacy of as a government. So I think this process is a time-consuming process. Let's wait and see, because they're on the just like Akram mentioned that we should avoid the governance failure in that. But for the Taliban, they have a lot of work to do domestically. It's a need time. This reconstruction, the process is being formed. And also for the international community, we are observing and also coordinate. It takes time. And just like Akram mentioned, that criticized manner and encourage manner. So that we should. Yeah, the several issues he mentioned about the weapons in the all over the weapons. How can make this be settled? I think for China, I think we should till now we can find that the consensus reached by the outside world is that all parties believe that it's necessary to engage in dialogue and contact with those in power in Afghanistan. Jennifer have a very interesting point. Here I would like to share one of my colleagues saying about the US troop withdrawal from Afghanistan. What he says that he said, I support in principle US troops withdraw from Afghanistan. But the second sentence he said, the US troops should withdraw orderly and in a suitable timetable. So I think it's very interesting, because when United States troops there, there's a much certainty, but now having more uncertainty now. Jennifer mentioned about the future, the strategy about United States strategy. I think as a neighbor country, China's strategy, I cannot say on behalf of Chinese government, but I should say that first thing in my mind as the how to help the Afghanistan government, the Afghanistan regime to focus more on the economic development. And also, you know that China carry on the Belt and Road Initiative, Afghanistan in the middle. So Afghanistan has a lot of uncertainty. If Afghanistan, the new regime can focus more about the reconstruction and the economic development, even there's some regional conflict, just like in the 1990s. You know, in East Asia, China, Japan have some the history invasion, the war, and also about the disputed territory on sea between two countries. But when we focus on the economic growth, this part of things can be put aside. So that's why that's the first thing in my mind. The second thing is that how the Taliban regime that can have a clear cut in their action, not only by oral action with the terrorism. The third one, I think that's be inclusive to domestic political structure. Of course, I agree with Akram about that. We should not expect Taliban regime have a big turning. That's a U-turn. Drive quickly, have a U-turn. It's not realistic. I think if the direction is right, its a pace can be mild, that we can have a patience, and of course to use they are eager to have get support from outside world. So as the economic assistance from outside world, and also that can be encouraged manner, and at the same time criticized manner, not used together. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And Akram, maybe about Kazakhstan, what do you make of these events that shocked all of us? And
thank you very much for this question. And it's a bit symbolic that we are discussing Kazakhstan in connection with Afghanistan. And I would wish not to do this, but anyway. So the development in Kazakhstan, I think, were very unexpected to anyone in the region, because usually Kazakhstan is considered as a very wealthy, very advanced kind of country in Central Asia. One of the leading countries. Kazakhstan itself possesses itself, you can see it even in official documents, as a leader of Central Asia. In their recent foreign policy concept, they bluntly said that they perceive themselves as a leader of the region, and seeing that this leader could face such developments and could, saying honestly, fail to respond them properly is a not very good sign for the whole region. It means that unfortunately we, despite the 30 years of independence, we couldn't yet develop the stable, effective, and efficient political institutions which could foresee, which could prevent, and which could respond to crisis situations properly. And the problems which pushed these developments in Afghanistan, in Kazakhstan, unfortunately, you can find some of them even in other countries. So I hope that we, as a region, will take necessary lessons from these developments, and we will work harder on kind of social justice, on developing our institutions, providing necessary transparency and accountability. And again, as I wrote in my recent piece on one of the websites, it's not about trying to create, to kind of copy paste or using this blueprint approach in creating the system, trying to copy paste this liberal democratic systems from the West. It's about maybe developing some national models, but which will definitely take into account these universal principles which I mentioned. So this is very important. So this is a very good lesson which we should take in the region. But it's very good now that Kazakhstan is moving to a more stable situation. We can see some change which is happening in the country as a response to this crisis developments. But for sure, this is a big lesson for the region. And of course, it's leading to a new reality in the region. Again, the role of external actors as a more mediators, as a kind of facilitators of regional security is still very important. It's not very good for the region, but again, it's reality which we are facing now. Thank you.
Yeah, thank
Here,
you.
may I add some words?
Exploding Afghanistan under Taliban or Taliban takeover of Afghanistan is one thing, but explosion of Kazakhstan is something else, and these two things coinciding, and I understand why you don't want the situation of these two countries to be alike.
Yeah,
just alarms us all and tells us that something maybe is not right.
And this is one more thing which I would like to add. This is also what you mentioned, that Afghanistan, it's a big issue that the region is facing a bit turbulence. From one side, there is a situation in Afghanistan. From other side, this development in Kazakhstan, and this is also putting additional pressure on the region as in sustainable development and creating resilience.
I think it's very interesting for Chair to bring Afghanistan issue and Kazakhstan issue together.
Yeah, okay. So something we should recognize about these crises that are sweeping the region is they come from domestic sources. So, it's clear Kazakhstan had protests for years by people, and many of the people who were initially involved in the protests against the gas prices, that happened in Western Kazakhstan. It's the oil producing part of the country. There are reasons why people were upset in that part of the country. There's very specific reasons why the protests began there, symbolically for people. So Kazakhstan had this crisis, and it had been escalating for the past several years. So of course, I think the scope of it, the cascade nature of those protests surprised all of us, as they always do. But the fact that it happened over these issues is not that surprising. And looking at the Taliban, looking at what's happening in the region, is that some of the previous panels talked about how Russia doesn't see things in positive sum. It's always zero sum. Well, if we look at Central Asia, there's a lot of positive sum things happening there right now. And, if we look at Kazakhstan invitation of Russia, the CSTO, to come inside of Kazakhstan, how are other countries in the region viewing that? Well, I think there's a lot of speculation, just like there was in Afghanistan, that China wouldn't be very welcoming to this, seeing that this is a threat. Well, I think we see this informal sort of separation of powers, division of labor in Central Asia, where Russia handles security and China is much more active in economic development and infrastructure. And so long as Russia can put down this instability, China's okay with that. And so we didn't see very strong statements coming from China criticizing what Russia has done. But what this tells us, though, is that internally inside these countries, the threats are coming not from without, but from within. And there are legitimacy crises facing all of these countries. Tokayev came and he promised sweeping reforms. He was going to elect local governors. He was going to do all of these things. He promised these things to people, and that didn't happen. And so you want to understand why there were protests? Because of this gap, over-promising, under-delivering. And I worry very much about what's happening in Uzbekistan right now in those same regards. President Mirziyoyev has come in and promised lofty things. And we're seeing economic growth, but not near the levels that Kazakhstan has. So I think these are the long-term issues. We focus a lot on terrorism and counterterrorism in Russia and China, but really I think what these countries are facing are governance concerns. And one final point is that Central Asian states have celebrated their sovereignty. This was the greatest achievement of the past 30 years. Unlike the Caucasus, the Central Asian states didn't have this tradition of independence. They didn't exist as independent entities. So saying that you had 30 years of sovereignty and independence was a big deal. And sacrificing that sovereignty by inviting CSTO troops in to get involved in sort of an elite conflict, I think really undermined citizens' faith in their leadership in Kazakhstan. I think is going to have a really devastating blow on that government for a long time. I think it's going to be very hard for the government to regain the trust of people after what has happened. And I think it sets a worrying example for other countries in the region because of the sovereignty issue.
Thank you, Jennifer. Please, the floor is open for questions. Please.
Thank you very much. I'm Ian Bond from the Centre for European Reform in London. A couple of questions. The first is, when we're talking about countries in the neighborhood, I don't think anybody particularly mentioned Pakistan and India, but I'd be interested in observations on how Afghanistan becomes a field of competition again between Pakistan and India, particularly bearing in mind the role that Pakistan played in the creation of the Taliban in the first place. It might also be interesting to hear from Shanghai if there's a Chinese view on that. The second thing I wanted to ask Mr. Umarov about the difference in the approach between Tajikistan and Uzbekistan. I mean, you both have significant ethnic kin groups across the border in Afghanistan. So why are you going in such different directions in your approaches to the Taliban? Does that reflect something different about the way that the Taliban are treating ethnic Tajiks versus ethnic Uzbeks, or is there something else in play?
Thank you. And Dr. Jan, if you can.
No, for the question from a UK's participant, I have no information to share about the Pakistan Indians competition about the influence on the Afghanistan. I have no further information. Thank you.
Okay. Then Mr. Umarov, please.
About Pakistan and India, very briefly. I think Pakistan is quite happy with the development in Afghanistan, that finally, I wouldn't say that Taliban is fully Pakistani controlled group, but definitely Pakistan has a tremendous impact on the group. So the fact that this happened is giving additional power strengths to Pakistani position in Afghanistan and its relations with India. But again, India at first it rejected Taliban and didn't interact with it. But now, again, as many countries, neighboring countries of Afghanistan, it's trying to use also pragmatic approach. Though they interacted with Taliban, they promised to send them some wheat, which couldn't reach the country because of logistical issues already for more than 1 month, because Pakistan is refusing to let it through its territory, and there is a big logistical issue how to get it to Afghanistan. But anyway, this is a sign that India is also expressing its readiness to establish some links with Taliban, and with the hope that it will, to some extent, take into account its interests, and it will not be fully pro-Pakistani group. But again, many things will depend on how Taliban could manage its, to some extent now, dependence on Pakistan and establishing links with India. Now India is not in is more favorite position than Pakistan. So regarding the second question about the differences, so again, we should go slightly back to the history. The reason why Tajikistan has more anti-Taliban rhetoric, but Tajikistan, if you compare with Uzbekistan, didn't have kind of relation with Taliban in its history. So as Jen mentioned, for example, our foreign minister, current foreign minister, he was a foreign minister also back in 1990s. He had direct talks with several Taliban representatives, including the former leader of Taliban, his founding kind of father, Mullah Omar. He had meetings with him. So there is a kind of history of interaction with Taliban and experience. Tajikistan had no such experience, and it was unique among the neighbors of Afghanistan who had no official links with Taliban, even in the recent years. So all ASEAN countries, even before Taliban takeover, had some connections with Taliban. They were preparing for the withdrawal, expected withdrawal, which lasted 12 years. And they in order to be well prepared, they were interacting with Taliban. Iran did the same, Uzbekistan, Pakistan, obviously, China had several meetings. Yeah, Turkmenistan has long-lasting experience of having relations with Taliban. So Tajikistan had no such experience. The second maybe is also linked, also you mentioned that now the resistance in Afghanistan is concentrated more around the Tajik minority, it seems like, than Uzbek minority. Yeah, the Tajik minority is now trying to resist, their leaders at least. And that's why maybe Tajikistan has this position of trying to give some support to them. But of course, I don't think that Tajikistan has enough resources and capacity to provide a huge amount of support to have this kind of very big resistance movement in Afghanistan. So we need the involvement of bigger actors in order to have such protracted resistance. And finally, also considering the role of Tajikistan, which is usually kind of quite highly criticized for some internal issues by Western countries, is a good point for Tajikistan, good time for Tajikistan to raise its role in some international affairs, some regional issues. Immediately after this criticism from the president of Tajikistan, he was invited to Brussels, he had official meetings, he was invited to France, so it gave kind of some additional foreign policy promotion to Tajikistan. So maybe these are the major reasons why Tajikistan is slightly different. While Uzbekistan, as I mentioned, because of the experience of interacting with Taliban, having pragmatic approach and interest in the promotion of infrastructure projects. So it's not so principled to Uzbekistan who is governing. In Kabul, if it can give necessary guarantees, and of course it can provide some freedoms for the ethnic minorities in the country. So there is maybe a difference in the way of diplomacy. So as soon as there was some discussion that Uzbek language has been kind of ignored by Taliban and Uzbek schools were closed, there were, I think, some close interactions with Taliban, not very official, not very open to the media, that they delivered their concerns, and Taliban, so immediately after the visit of Uzbek foreign minister, there was a festive of Uzbek language and literature in Mazar-e-Sharif. Just a couple of days after the visit, the Taliban responded symbolically to this visit and promised some guarantees for the development of these issues. Thank you.
Please. That's it.
Oh, yes. Okay, sorry. Pressing the button is a hard thing. So one of the things we have to remember is that all of these Central Asian states for a very long time didn't practice any kind of irredentism. So if you were an Uzbek living in Afghanistan for a very long time, the Uzbek government didn't care about the Uzbeks living in Kyrgyzstan. During the wars in Afghanistan, of course, there was Dostum was a patron, but this had much more to do with the war rather than ethnic identity or promoting some. It was convenient, right? But it wasn't because for ideological reasons or building ethnic politics or anything like this. But one thing that changed very recently, and all countries in Central Asia really have had this. We won't, and it's kept peace in the region for a long time. We won't get involved in the minority issues of your country, because the way the borders were drawn, everyone has Tajiks, Kyrgyz. But recall last summer, there was the first intrastate war in Central Asia, the intrastate conflict between Tajikistan and Kyrgyzstan in the Fergana Valley. This was very significant. And I think it may explain President Rahmon's rhetoric. He himself is facing this internal governance crisis. His family runs that country almost exclusively now. It was much more pluralistic before. Even 15 years ago, 10 years ago, it was much more open. all opposition has been cut out, and the family controls all economic and political resources. So the country has faced an enormous economic crisis as a result of COVID, uncertainty because of Afghanistan economically. What will this mean? And so this issue of Tajik nationalism became very, I think he saw what happened during the Tajik-Kyrgyz conflict, which he won handily. And I think he saw this as sort of an opportunity to, yes, increase his legitimacy domestically. So I understand what he was doing was speaking to a domestic audience. He got flown to Paris. He was a pariah, right? The father of the Tajiks. He was a pariah for a long time, still is. But I think this allowed him to elevate himself. The Uzbeks have been very pragmatic about their economic needs, the need to trade, commerce, to economically diversify. But one of the questions I think I have for everybody is looking at what's happening in Kazakhstan now. Uzbekistan is the only country in the region that's doesn't have Russian troops in it. Turkmenistan, yes, that's another story. But the CSTO, right? Uzbekistan's not a member of the Eurasian Economic Union. It's not a member of the CSTO. And I really do wonder, though, if we are seeing the deterioration of Kazakhstan's sort of regional leadership status. Uzbekistan has been vying for this. I think Uzbekistan is in a very strong position to take over this role, provided it really moves forward on some of those economic reforms. But as soon as the protests happen in Kazakhstan, a lot of the economic reforms that the Uzbeks had been embarking on in terms of energy, like there was a freeze on those reforms. So I think a lot of this is in question, but will there be increased pressure on Uzbekistan now to join the Eurasian Economic Union, to join the CSTO? How can Uzbekistan resist these pressures? I think is a big question that many of us will be watching.
Yes, actually, Akram, if I may ask you this, because we are sort of oscillating between Afghanistan and Kazakhstan, but I think we are seeing sort of one common dilemma of the failed statehood, or God forbid, in the Kazakhstan's case, it's not a failed, but it showed how many problems they had. But in the view of Uzbekistan, so what's the view of the Central Asia now? That is Kazakhstan now much more dependent on Russia than it was, because before it still maintains large degree of independence?
A very difficult question, saying honestly. I think what happened in Kazakhstan definitely is the biggest challenge for the sovereignty of Central Asian countries. But I have some kind of a bit optimistic vision for the future, because I think Kazakh society itself, despite these developments, is not ready to accept some concessions on sovereignty. Yes, there was some interim decision to make this, but I don't think in the longer term Kazakhstan will be ready to step out from its sovereignty. So Kazakh society, Kazakh people will definitely resist to any attempts from any country in the world to cut its sovereignty. I think it's also relevant to other Central Asian countries. So the 30 years period, yes, we still have many problems internally. We still have many issues with our institutions, with their efficiency, capability. But what is obvious and what is definitely happened, that there is a strong perception and understanding of national identities and national sovereignty. This is, I think, very, very clearly you can see in all Central Asian countries. And this is very important. But this, I think, what we need to do with this, we should transform these national sovereignties in more regional sovereignty. Yeah, because as you can see now, as one country, each country unilaterally cannot resist to the external pressures. So it's very kind of Caesarean approach, divide and rule. Yeah, if we cannot find a regional unity on resisting to any external pressures, we may fail on a unilateral level. So this is a big issue. But regarding this regional leadership, I think Uzbekistan need to do a lot more, and in order to become such. But it's not now in a priority of Uzbek foreign policy to promote itself as a regional leader. We would be happy to have more regional cooperation, regional enhancement, but not to try to demonstrate ourselves as a regional leader. And it's not in the interest of Uzbekistan right now.
Thank you. Georgi, please.
Thank you very much. Georgi Oniani, I'm from Transparency International, Georgia. The question is basically a very straightforward one, and to all of the panelists. So we're referring to, I mean, I think the Kazakhstan has dominated at least the part of this conversation, and this question is also regarding Kazakhstan. So what happened in Kazakhstan? I mean, we're referring to the things that happened. So what was that? Was that just a coup? Or so what was that? And whose guy is Tokayev now? So does it mean that, I don't know, China gonna have more influence, or Turkey, or Russia, which is that straightforward now? So if you could elaborate a bit more on that. Thanks.
Jennifer, please. Could you start?
So what happens? So we know that these protests began, they were citizen protests, and they swept the country, and they were on grievances that people have had for a very long time, and they were not new. The rapidity and pace of them and the cascade was surprising. And they were largely nonviolent, except the protests in Almaty and then a couple of other cities in the south. And all of the reports say now we were able to piece together what has happened because the government shut off the internet for 3 days. So it was really unclear what happened. But it looked like the nature of the protests in Almaty were very, very different, the people protesting. So it looks like there was a conflict between Tokayev and Nazarbayev, right? And so Nazarbayev was president for almost all of the 30 years of independence, gave power to Tokayev in 2019, except Nazarbayev kept control of the security services. He maintained his position as the chair of the National Security Council. And so it looked like, I think what we're saying now is that those protests were actually aimed at Tokayev, because it was an opportunity to sort of weaken him and strengthen many of the people behind Nazarbayev, because it appeared that Tokayev was sort of elevating his own position, becoming more independent. It was unclear about the patronage and all the resources that the Nazarbayev family had gathered. And so that is why it appears that Tokayev called in the CSTO, because he didn't trust his own security services. And so he needed an external third party to come in and protect him and set a strong message. And that was the first things he did, was fire the head of the security services and so forth. So what started off as a citizens' protest created an opportunity structure for this elite conflict to play out. And so I think that's what we saw happen. So now Tokayev, I think the question that many of us are asking is that, okay, now Tokayev did this. Can he be seen as an independent player? He thanked Putin, right? He made this his first speech. He thanked Putin for his survival. And I think that is not unnoticed by many of the people in Kazakhstan and neighboring countries. So we're seeing now sort of a complete liquidation of the Nazarbayev family, not physically, but from their resources, complete removal from many of the positions that they held. Now that's going to take a long time, because Tokayev was a product of that as well. And so I think the question that many people are asking is, how is this a clear-cut break from the past between China and Russia? I think I mentioned before, we've seen the same argument made about Kazakhstan, was made about Afghanistan, is that there's going to be a break between Russia and China over this, or there's going to be a power vacuum. I don't see that that is necessarily the case. I think China is probably content to have Russia take care of this. Now, let's recall that China shares a border with Kazakhstan, a very substantial one. We could talk about the presence of Uyghurs in Kazakhstan. There have actually been quite a few conflicts, localized conflicts all over Kazakhstan over the past several years between ethnic Kazakhs and other minorities, including the Uyghurs, in rural areas. And so these things have been flaring up in southern parts of Kazakhstan in recent years. So I think that China has an interest in having Kazakhstan be stable, doesn't want instability on its border. If Russia is going to take care of this, okay. Maybe there will be some conflicts between Russia and China later on over gas prices and who gets, privileged access to Kazakhstani fuel exports. So that's something to watch out for. But I think right now it's There's peace between these two and a clear division of labor. Positive sum, for better or worse.
Yes, please.
Kirk.
Thank you for this discussion. And first of all, I'd like also make some glance on Afghanistan related, and maybe you mentioned, but in case of Afghanistan, it was decades of instability resulted in recent regime change. But for instance, in the case of Kazakhstan, and the official explanation also was related to this Islamic terroristic groups, even proceeding from this official explanation, how can assess the possible ability of rest Central Asian nations like Uzbekistan? For my vision, it's much more high one, but for Uzbekistan, for Tajikistan, first of all, for Turkmenistan also, and for Kyrgyzstan, ability of state institutions and first of all societies, ability of resilience for this Islamic ideology or something radical ideological influence, because as I understand, it's a bit problematic to conduct some military attack and overcome these borders. But the issue of this ideological challenge, it's as for me, one of the possible options. How do you think, how do you assess this ability of each specific nation in the region to resist this possible challenge? Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for your question. It's really a big one. I'll try to give a brief response considering our time limits. First of all, there is no kind of similar, absolutely similar or same approach in Central Asia toward this issue. So each country has its own policies, its own approach. So you can see more kind of flexible approach, let's say in Kyrgyzstan, one of the, let's say, groups which is considered in all other 4 countries as a prohibited one, Tablighi Jamaat, it's openly working in Kyrgyzstan. It's not restricted, so it can act easily and no problems with this. So it demonstrates this divisions and approach to this problem. So, but what is obvious in the region during the recent decades, we can see the rising role of religion and the everyday life of people. So people are becoming more and more religious. It doesn't mean that they're becoming radicalized, but it's obvious that the role of religion is gradually increasing in the region. So how to respond to this? This is a different issue. Again, if you compare these responses, some countries use more kind of restricting approach, more hard approach like Tajikistan, prohibiting having very kind of active security surveillance. Uzbekistan had same approach several years ago, but the current leadership is trying to be more flexible on these issues, to give more opportunities to open this issue to the society. But again, what are the limits of this? Yeah, it's not still clear. So what I think it's important, we need to direct this interest to religion in a more positive way, not to prevent people from radicalization and use this positive sides of religion in order to provide development and resilience to the region. So I think in this context, the role of governments are very important, not in the way to control it fully, to have a kind of very active security approach to this issue, but more in order to make this shift from this kind of Soviet period when we had very restricted role of religion in the lives of societies, to have more role of religion in the society, but the religion which has moderate approach and can promote development, not the one which will push us back to fundamentalist approach and extremist approach to the lives.
In response to the question about Kazakhstan and the religious actors, the government accused religious Islamic terrorists of being involved in that unrest. And there's foreign, and then from Afghanistan, the minister, there was later neighboring countries, but then the Ministry of Defense official later said from Afghanistan. And so, this was an old trope that we hear anytime there's unrest in the region. And I don't know if any of you saw this poor, right after they made this accusation, they put on television this young man who clearly was tortured from neighboring Kyrgyzstan. And he confessed, and he said, I was paid $200 and I came to join the insurrection against the government. And you could see he was clearly under duress. Everybody recognized him immediately as a famous jazz pianist who was from Bishkek playing a concert in Almaty, who was clearly swept up in this. And there was a big protest from the Kyrgyz government. They released him immediately. And it made this government accusation that foreign terrorists were involved to look very, very hollow. And I think this is a big concern that people understand what happened. People in society understood the nature of the protests. They understood the grievances. Blaming this on foreigners is a convenient excuse, and we've seen it over and over again in Central Asia. So I don't think there's much credibility in this. And in fact, the way the government, Tokayev, made this accusation, I think really undermines him in the future as he's trying to make peace with society after this.
The same happened with Uzbekistan. They said the citizens of Uzbekistan were involved, but they couldn't demonstrate even one Uzbek citizen who were involved actively in protests. There is no evidence on it yet. If there was such involvement, they should demonstrate. So he also put first 20,000 terrorists attacked Almaty. Then there was a discussion how they could appear, 20,000 people, how they could cross the border. Then this tweet was deleted.
20,000 people, it's a lot. I mean,
it's all terrorists of the world plus.
Yeah, but I think the new estimates, there's more than 250 people killed. And I think there's 10,000 people in detention right now. So we're just learning about the details of this. They're coming out very slowly. So this is, I think, a game changer for the region, not only because of the sovereignty issues, but because of this domestic issues about how governments deal with their people. And there was a social contract for so many years in Kazakhstan that you had oil wealth, but as long as you were the regional leader and you had better public goods than neighboring countries and higher levels of service delivery, which Kazakhstan has had, then there was this tacit social contract that this could continue. But that obviously wasn't the case. And so I think that this is something that leaders, I think, from around the region should be looking at very carefully, because this isn't going away anytime soon. There's going to be fuel price. Countries are exporting their fuel to neighboring countries. Uzbekistan exports its electricity to Afghanistan and has been doing so because 60% of Afghanistan's electricity comes from Uzbekistan. And during the US intervention, the US was paying a lot of this bill. And so this was hard currency for the government, and the government was facing no electricity shortages and protests. So how is the government going to deal with these issues going forward? I think these are acute issues that all of the countries in the region are going to have to deal with.
Okay, thank you very much. Thanks to Professor Hi, thank you for your participation. Thanks to Akram and Jennifer. We have very interesting panel ahead of us about Georgia's domestic developments and how Georgia's democratic backsliding, how it might go, where we might end up. But before that, thanks to the panelists, thanks for the questions, and I guess we have the coffee ahead of us. So thank you very much.
Вот.
Good afternoon. My name is Rondeli Security. I will be chairing session 4. As far as you know, since morning we had mostly discussion about security, foreign policy, and of course there was some discussion which actually also included internal politics. Our present panel actually dedicated to this nexus of the internal politics and foreign policy of Georgia. And I think this is, as you can understand, is very timely discussion. As most of you know, Georgia used to be one of the front runners of the Eastern Partnership. And unfortunately, I'm not sure if country still has this image after several years of backtracking in terms of democracy. And there was a lot of talk recently about Georgia's democratization project. Is it still going on? Is it kind of failing? And there's a lot of discussion. There was a talk about the backtracking of the Georgian democracy, but maybe I'm very subjective since I'm Georgian myself, but I think unfortunately we see that it's not only the backsliding of Georgian democracy, but there's some sign of the softer form of authoritarianism, even some would say. So that's actually puts Georgia's position really awkward, not only in terms of what is happening around the region and in globally especially, but also it raises also a lot of questions about where Georgia actually is heading, because officially, of course, we know where Georgia wants to belong, and we also had several polls, and every year we hearing the Georgian public supports Euro-Atlantic integration of Georgia. But I think in terms of internal reforms, we have some challenges here. So one of the aim of our panel is somehow to discuss this nexus between internal and foreign policy, how this actually reflects Georgia, and we will try also to answer a few questions regarding declining of democracy in Georgia. Is it irreversible, or is it? There can be something done, and also how this will affect Georgian foreign policy, because internal stability is very important. And one of the reasons actually Georgia was getting so much attention from last 3 decades from the West was that it was not that geographical location of Georgia like as many things. One of the reasons was that Georgia was considered from the Western perspective as a permanent laboratory of change or reforms. And unfortunately, Georgia seems like losing this, image. And I think this puts us a lot of challenges. And today we will try to actually talk about this. Having said that, I would like to introduce our panelists. We have distinguished panelists in our session. Right for me is Professor Gia Nodia. He's a director of Caucasus Institute of Peace and Democracy and Development. He's also professor of politics at Ilia State University and director of International School of Caucasus Studies. And he has published extensively on democratization, state building, security, and conflicts in Georgia and Caucasus, as well as theories of nationalism and democratic transition. The second speaker we have online, who is Mr. Jonathan Katz. He's a senior fellow and director of democracy initiatives, the German Marshall Fund of the United States. Mr. Katz is director of the democracy initiatives at German Marshall Fund and based in Washington, D.C. Prior joining GMF, he was Deputy Assistant Administrator of in Europe and Eurasia Bureau at the U.S. Agency of International Development, where he managed U.S. development policy, energy security, economic growth, and democracy and governance programs in Europe and Eurasia. Last but not least, we have Alex Petriashvili, who is a senior fellow at the Rondeli Foundation. And he is an experienced career diplomat with over 20 years of experience representing Georgia in both bilateral and multilateral formats. He also was minister of, he was a member of parliament, as well as he served as a state minister for Georgia's European Euro-Atlantic integration. This is very briefly, I didn't go into details more, but having said that, I would like now to give floor to our speakers, and I would like to ask first question to Professor Nodia. What do you think, how Georgia's internal instability and this political crisis which we have impacts Georgia's foreign policy posture, and what can be actually done to minimize somehow this damage, the reputational damage which Georgia has because of this internal turbulence?
Hello, everybody. I think it works. It's always good to talk at the very end of the conference because the most committed participants are there who are really interested in the issues. Now, I have some experience of talking about Georgian affairs for like more 25 or more years. And frankly, I don't remember this kind of pessimistic mood, which is shared by myself, but some kind of Georgian foreign policy or policy analysis community, that we are not really looking forward to something happening. Of course, in the long run, we may be looking forward to all wonderful things, but we don't have some kind of benchmark we are trying to achieve. So that's we were always looking forward to something that, we always had lots of problem and turmoil, and laboratories, polite word, but sometimes we are kind of, we were always kind of messy country. But in general, we had this vision somehow that, okay, yeah, there are these problems, but we are having something specific in mind which we want to go to, we want to achieve. And now we have this period when I think there is some kind of confusion. It's not only that the assessment is that things are not well, but how can they become better? So that's also, I think, people have difficulty to formulate. And I completely agree with Corneli that this is nexus of internal and foreign policies, and it is very difficult to somehow take these two aspects apart. It has always been like that in Georgia, I would say, but it is, I think, even more so maybe, and more obviously so now. And I think this confusion may be also linked to some specific, some detail about this conference, which we noticed during the coffee break, that the panel of Georgia is shorter than panel of Afghanistan in this conference. So maybe we are so depressed that we don't want to talk about Georgia too long. So we prefer to talk more about Afghanistan. And that's quite a comparison, because things in Afghanistan are not really brilliant, as we understand. And in that sense, I also agree with Corneli how to formulate our agenda for this panel. I mean, we always try to organize our thoughts in the framework of what is to come next, what we are trying for now. But now, because we have some kind of consensus that things are going badly, in the bad direction, so our research question, and I'm academic, so I always have to have some research question, is how bad are things going to become even more. I mean, we are going in the bad direction, but how far we will go in that bad direction? So, and in this sense, this practical concern is more of damage control. So there is things that happen are damaging, but we want to reduce damage. So we want to reduce damage, to control damage, and that's kind of is practical rather than research agenda, if you wish. What are the issues of concern? Let's say so. I think audience knows them, but I will still go through them as I see it. Of course, the main issues are about Georgian policies, both, and as mentioned, it's very hard to divide between internal policies and foreign policies. I think we certainly witness the highest level of estrangement between Georgian government and the West. I think, I don't know, certainly in this century, the last 20 years. I mean, Georgian political system and Georgian government was always problematic. We were never kind of following fully and consistently Western recommendations. We are coming from Europe, or we are coming, whether they are coming, we are coming from the United States. But still, this government, or government I served in for a short time before that, they were still trying to kind of accommodate Western advice and demonstrate that even if we are not perfect, we are still moving in that direction. I think somewhere in the middle of this year, last year, sorry, in summer, there was some kind of turn where government have become kind of openly dismissive of the West, of the European advice. So it sometimes it's said more rarely than before that we are still on the Western trajectory and we are moving in that direction. But when it came to any specific assessments or recommendations from the West, sometimes they were politely critical, sometimes not very politely critical, let's say so. So this kind of dismissive attitude is something new. And of course, it's not only just rhetoric. There are all those things we know about. First, of course, walking away from Sharm el-Sheikh agreement, then refusing getting the UN assistance or a kind of loan, which was a preemptive action because EU was not going probably issue that loan as a sanction against Georgia's failure in judicial reform. And open, yeah, as I said, open criticism of European and American diplomats, and think so, and other things. So, but this was matched, and of course, with these changes in domestic politics, which diplomats politely describe as slowing down of reforms or something like that. People may say it's democratic backsliding, but I agree with Corneli, it may already be called something like autocratic turn, really. I know that I should not talk more than 10 minutes, so there are obvious examples that allow us to say so. And of course, these two things, estrangement from Europe and autocratic turn, are always kind of interrelated, cannot be not interrelated in the Georgian case. But on the other hand, there are, of course, international environment, which also constitutes issue of concern. This is, of course, about Russia becoming more not just assertive. We sort of spoke about assertive Russia before. Now it's more aggressive Russia. Aggressive Russia, which tends to get away with its aggressive policies. And the West sort of confused about what to do about it. Okay, the popular line in Washington is that, you know, Russia is a declining power, so China is ascending power. China is the main problem, and Russia is sort of minor problem. But I think now what's happening around Ukraine and what may happen about Ukraine maybe kind of breach this kind of framework. But so far at least, I think we see somehow that balance of power in the region, or I mean, small region, which we talked about before the lunch, like three South Caucasus countries and its neighbors, or larger region in Eurasia, with whatever we have in mind, the perception is the balance of power is gradually moving in favor of Russia, and kind of West is incrementally receding. And for a country like Georgia, which puts, if not all its eggs in basket of Western integration, but most of them, this is of course a very big case of concern. And of course, it's also true in our smaller region. Now we had this discussion about 3+3. That's I think matter of concern in Georgia, that this 3+3 became, or claims to become, kind of the framework for regional integration. And the problem is also that it's still called 3+3, even if it's Georgia refuses. So of course it was explained to us that it was matter of courtesy to invite Georgia, so that's why it was 3+3. But now that Georgia said no, it's still called 3+3. So maybe it's matter of courtesy now to call it 3+2 and sort of respect Georgia's no, but maybe Georgian no is not taken seriously. That's another point. So maybe people think that Georgia is saying no now, but it's just kind of dancing around it. And now, so these parallel developments, I mean, in Georgian changes in Georgian policies and changes of international environment, then it's matter of interpretation how much they are linked. I mean, why do we have this sort of trend of estrangement between Georgia, or Georgian government at least, and the West, and internal democratic backsliding or autocratic turn? Is it that government kind of faces tougher criticism from society and from the opposition, and it's sort of instinctively becoming more autocratic? Is it and just does not want to give up power? Is this explaining it, or some kind of strategies around whatever? We don't know how decisions are made in GD, but whoever influences them, they think that, okay, the West is getting weaker, Russia is getting stronger, so maybe we should kind of adjust our policies to that development. So that's a question, that's an open question. I am not saying that these things are interrelated, but they may be. So that's something to speak about, to think about at least. And now I still hope, have some time to speak about sources of optimism. I don't need too much time for that, but I think still they are. I tried to come up with something in the end, you know. We should have some optimistic note also. So I came up with three. One is that we still keep our declarative commitment to Western integration. Even our government came up with this idea that in 2024, we are going to formally issue our kind of application to European Union. It invites some kind of sarcastic comments now, but Okay, I think it's still better that we have this formal, declarative pro-Western policies than not to have it. So at least we did not have our Yanukovych moment or Sargsyan moment when government formally also said that we are changing course. So that's positive. Now I don't know, nobody knows anywhere, I guess, maybe God knows, I hope he does if he exists, but nobody knows what will happen around Ukraine. And we are all looking there, and somehow we feel that maybe Georgia's fate is largely decided there. But maybe the West is awakening to real Russian threat, and it may start getting its act together. Maybe not, maybe yes, we don't know. But the third and the most important part, I think, is resilience of Georgian society. We can be very critical about many aspects of Georgian society. I wish it would be better self-organized and, among other things, produced more convincing opposition. But I think Georgian society still is resilient, at least in supporting this vision of democratic and sovereign Georgia. And if we have some basis for optimism, it may be that. How that leads to specific progress, okay, I think if we maintain this this is fundamental for the country, like what is the orientation of the society. If it really is consistent and persistent, then I think Georgia will overcome this stage of crisis in its development too. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Nodia, for your interesting analysis. And you mentioned here is one interesting thing, that there is a so-called estrangement between West and Georgia. And I fully agree that I maybe will use another word. Maybe there's a cooling down of EU-Georgian relations. And this is very, very bad coincidence, because as we all know, Georgia is, in terms of security and economic and some other means, was depending on the West. And since Georgia is not member of NATO and not member of EU yet, Georgia's security was somehow safeguarded by support of our strategic partners. But it seems now that because of recent events and we have more and more increased talks from Georgian officials about so-called sovereign democracy, which is very worrying, because we know from who was using this term, and we know how this country actually ended up. And I understand that government may not be happy with what the criticism which we're getting from our Western partners, but this is not a way to get away from our partners. And even though we may not agree with them, but we still need the engagement. And unfortunately, I don't see this from Georgian side. And more difficult thing is that I don't see that Georgian government is also aware that because of these security challenges we have in and around region, actually, we need this support. And it was first time actually during 30 years, if I remember, that Georgia actually refused the conditionality which was applied by EU toward Georgia. So this is something which really worries me, and not only me, but many Georgians. And same thing, we have, I would not say that we deteriorated relations between US and Georgia, but there's some tension there. So there's no vision there. So I don't know, the all energy which we should be using to do more reforms and to help Georgia to achieve its goals, we actually using for internal, how to say, partisan fighting. And I think this is probably a little bit worries not only Georgians, but probably our international partners. So having said that, I would like to invite for discussion Mr. Katz, and I would like to ask you, How do you see this from Washington? How does this problem of Georgia's estrangement with West, is it visible? And I mean, what is your impression? I mean, how Georgia can, how to say, position itself a little bit better regarding this topic?
Yeah, Corneli, thank you, and thank you to the Rondeli Foundation. I wish I could be there in person rather than on screen. But what I think Gia laid out was in terms of what's taking place in Georgia is very much on the mind in Washington, D.C. And it's not just the most recent challenges that you've seen, including the return of former President Saakashvili or the recent election. This has been over the last several years where those that have been focused on Georgia, the region, have seen what they call considerable backsliding, democratic backsliding, and worrying concerns about the direction of the current government and the direction they're taking Georgia. And so that has certainly led to, and this is, I could speak to Washington, but I think it's shared in Brussels as well, has led to different types of responses over the last couple of years. We've seen Friends of Georgia taking very tough stances in relation to what the government has been doing. We've seen numerous agreements, sort of those that have been internal in Georgia that have not, including the agreement which you mentioned, the EU-led process, where Georgia and the current government in particular stepped back after signing on to the agreement. And this has certainly left Georgia in a very different place than it has been previously in Washington. Gia, you mentioned that Georgia had been seen as a front runner in terms of advancing democratically, and that was the case. I don't think that's the case today, and it has a direct impact on efforts to join and integrate further, both with the EU and NATO. And so I can't disagree that this is the perspective that is also shared in Washington right now. And you have a very distracted United States, Europe right now, not only dealing both with the current crisis with Russia, and I call it a Russia crisis because it's been created by Russia, but also dealing with economic issues. As Georgia is dealing with COVID-19, so is the United States, fractured politics internally in the United States and in Europe as well. So you have a Georgia has distracted partners right now. And when you have the type of backsliding or internal fighting within Georgia that distracts from the goals of moving Georgia closer to its integration desires, it's problematic. And so right now, when we're having these conversations about Ukraine, Georgia needs to be right there at the table. Obviously, the security concerns that Ukraine has right now and Eastern European partners have right now is shared by Georgia. But it's been I have noticed that it's been largely absent in terms of the language. Even coming from the U.S. And I know that Assistant Secretary of State Karen Donfried, my old boss, spoke directly with the Georgian Foreign Minister, I believe it was yesterday, about Georgia's territory, sovereignty, territorial integrity, support for Georgia's, for the open door, NATO open door, and hopefully eventual membership of Georgia in NATO. So I want to say that there are consequences for the internal situation in Georgia, but that doesn't mean that partners, including the United States, are sort of stepping back or giving up on support for Georgia. And I think what you see right now is a sort of a dual track approach, which is one is to keep the pressure on moving, hoping and supporting and engaging Georgians to support democracy's movement forward in Georgia. Sometimes that comes in the form of criticism that you've seen, including from the U.S. ambassador to Georgia. But that's not only shared by the U.S. ambassador to Georgia, but other partners of Georgia, including from the EU. And so you're seeing this back and forth. and then the messaging on security. So the United States right now is very focused on sort of addressing these twin issues. And I think that the Ukraine situation, and Gia, what you said before was, I thought, very interesting too. I think, you're right. On one hand, this last 8 months, in many ways, the buildup, of military forces, of course, started much earlier than this fall, and of course, Georgia knows as well. Russia has used military force in Georgia, in Ukraine already. So this is it's not a new crisis. But is a Russia crisis again. And the West is in this decision-making moment about how to respond. Now, what I see right now, which I think is really particularly important, and I think it's important to Georgia too, is that the transatlantic community has been pushed in a way that it hasn't previously. Many people believe this to be the most serious security crisis in Europe in the last 3 decades, which I would agree with. And it has spurred, I think, really an unprecedented effort to really push NATO back together again after a very rocky period. And what I mean is the 4 years of President Trump, where there were questions about, even from him, whether the United States would leave NATO, let alone sort of support expansion, which it did during that period to Montenegro. Also, over this past year, you've had Afghanistan as well, and what that has meant. And so I know there was a couple panels today have talked about Afghanistan, have talked about this sort of geostrategic issue, but I think it's quite relevant to Georgia that, one thing that Putin seems to do and do well is sort of reignite in many ways the transatlantic unity that has been missing, and whether or not that unity sticks together over an extended period is another question, because there's a number of underlying issues that have to be addressed. But I think it's important for Georgians to know that, especially when you talk about what we would call waning powers, that what I've seen over the last week and last several weeks is an extraordinary diplomatic effort by the United States to step into a leadership position, to bring the allies and partners together in a way that I haven't seen in quite some time. Whether that holds, that's another story. What that leads to, I hope it's more than just security alone that we're thinking about, but thinking a little bit more about how you couple strengthening security with democratic resilience. And I think this applies to Georgia, which is, and I hope to see a renewed effort when that engagement happens, that you have to have both. And for Georgia, if Georgia wants security, it needs democracy. And this is the same thing for Ukraine as well, where we've seen similar types of backsliding occurring and then 2 steps forward. So I don't think there's any sense right now that anyone is giving up on Georgia from the United States. I think there's a support, there's an understanding that there are challenging issues in the region. I think the language right now is tilted more towards the geostrategic issues that we're seeing. Georgia is an incredibly important partner, both Black Sea, in terms of Black Sea security, in terms of regional security. But I also think you're going to see, as we saw during the Summit for Democracy in December, where Georgia did have a seat at the table, that the United States is also going to be pushing on these issues, on countering corruption, on strengthening rule of law judiciary, a free media. And so if Georgia and the government are running head into those issues, it's going to be a rocky road for them. And one thing I would hope that there isn't any misinterpretation that somehow only security will trump, or sort of the geostrategic will trump the democracy issues. I don't think that's the case. This administration is very much focused on democracy issues because US democracy is also at risk. And this has factored in greatly into this administration's thinking, and how it intends to engage globally is to do both. And so my hope is, that we'll see a continued renewed effort. I'd like to see a higher level engagement from the US administration directly with Georgia and the Georgian government. Keep pressing down. I think support for Georgian civil society will continue to be a focus of Georgians and across multiple sectors from the United States. And hopefully an effort can be made to get that democracy track back on, moving forward in the right direction. But I couldn't disagree more with, I couldn't agree more, excuse me, not disagree more, with what Gia had said about, sort of the perception of what's taking place. I think those that have worked on Georgia see it very much in the same way that he does. But I think the goal here is to not close the door. And I think what Assistant Secretary Darnfried said, the door is open. And so movement forward, rather having Georgia on that track rather than off the track, is important. And all the signs that you pointed to that have taken place are unhelpful. And I think that we'll just need to continue to work with Georgia and the government to move that ball forward. And that requires the EU and EU partners also to play a leading role, even stepping in to move the ball forward. And, Georgia over the last 3 decades has progressed significantly. That progress needs to continue. But if you look at the arc of democracies in a number of countries, in Eastern Europe, and also even our own history, you understand that it's a messy and can be a very difficult process. But I think if the United States and the president wants Europe to be the cornerstone of transatlantic and global security, Georgia has to be part of that. And it has to be part not only in terms of security, but also economically and politically and as a democracy. So I'm more hopeful, and I understand that the last several years have not have really taken Georgia in a different direction, even different than when I was in the Obama administration. But I think people expect that there is resilience internally in Georgia. But I think the U.S. may turn to other tools in Georgia, in particular, looking at how to address corrupt actors within Georgia and expanding toolboxes, maybe potentially at some point the use of sanctions to address some of the challenges. And hopefully we won't get to that point. And hopefully the current government can help move Georgia back on track. I wish I was more optimistic about that, but I'm not. But it doesn't mean that Georgia's democracy is over. In fact, I think there's still opportunity if the government is willing to do the right thing. So I'm going to end there. I'm happy to talk about sort of the Washington perspective. And I just wanted to add, there's been a number of pieces of legislation. In Georgia Support Act is one, and in particular over the last couple of years, that's been sitting in the U.S. Congress. It's legislation that would enhance and strengthen comprehensively, from economics to trade to security, the relationship between the United States and Georgia. That's sitting and gathering dust on a shelf right now, just waiting for the right moment when there is progress again in key areas of democratic reform, rule of law. We want to see free and fair and open and transparent elections in Georgia from the United States. And when that moment comes, when those things are addressed, you'll probably see the U.S. Congress and others move quickly again to put Georgia at the top of its order of issues to deal with and move forward on. So I hope we'll see some progress. We're in a new year, so I'm trying to be a little bit more optimistic and with a glass half full, and look forward to hearing questions. And again, thank you to the Rondeli Foundation for the opportunity to join. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Katz, for your optimism. We would like to share the same, but since we're living in this country, sometimes we may have a little bit different feeling. But one thing which was very interesting from your conversation, that you mentioned that in order to strengthen Georgia, in order to strengthen its own security, it needs to strengthen its democracy. So I think we all agree about this. The only thing is it's very hard to imagine how different Georgian political actors can achieve this. And that's a challenge for country and for political elites, civil society, academia, and everybody who is involved in Georgia's democratization project. So, of course, this also has impact, as we said, on foreign policy and security issues. So, having said that, I would like to turn now to Alex Petriashvili, and I would like to ask you, what is your turn on this? How do you see what could be the ways actually in order to influence these events? And since you know Georgian internal situation quite well, what could be the ways out since we have a looming challenges, security challenges, and country is very small, and there should be some sort of more unity, right? Because of these challenges we have regionally or like globally. How do you see this process, and what would be your analysis on this?
Thank you, Corneli. Thank you for your very insightful evaluation of the situation, both to Jonathan and to you, Gia. And when there is a dead end in the certain situations, the big thinkers, big top-level politicians, diplomats are using to say that we have to think unthinkable, and but I don't think that we have to think unthinkable, because there is everything clear in my view what we have to do in the current situation with regard to the external threats and internal challenges. There is another song, and I can say that I don't know what to say, I don't know what to do, but I know what to say, but I don't know how to do. And the recipe for the solutions in Georgia, there is the consolidation, cooperation, and coordination. These 3 C's, which are really crucial for Georgia. Consolidation in the face of the external threat, consolidation among the society, the political parties, leaders, and the all layers and all groups of Georgian society. Coordination with our international partners to face the external threats, and we will see the darkest hours in the nearest future. I don't want to sound very pessimistic, but I think I am more realistic. And the cooperation, at least coexistence inside the country of the political parties, of the individual political leaders and social groups. It's nice to say so, it's easy to say so, it's not the inventing the bicycle, but what we see instead of this, instead of consolidation, we see the polarization. We see the higher and higher polarization inside the society and among the political parties and political players. You could not find the joint declaration or statement of supporting Ukraine by the political parties. You could not find the joint address to the North Atlantic Alliance members to work on Georgia's and Ukraine's rapid integration in the North Atlantic Treaty Organization. And instead of this, as I said, we are witnessing on the daily basis, by the way, the polarization, which plays only into the hands of the only winner from this situation is our biggest enemy and biggest threat to our country, the Russian Federation. On the cooperation and the coexistence, when we talk about the coexistence, it's so simple for the democratic state in the 21st century to talk about the coexistence when you are competing. You may not love each other, but you are coexisting. On July 5th and 6th, what we have witnessed is absolutely contrary to that. The mobs, in cooperation with the clergies and with the blessing of the government, attacked severely, fiercely attacked the media representatives. The LGBTQ office was brutally destroyed. And despite the fact that the LGBTQ representatives refrained from the participation in the activity on the Rustaveli Avenue, they attacked the Georgian media. Up to 60 Georgian journalists were beaten brutally, and one of my good friends has passed away as a result of that attack a few days after. How can we talk now about the coexistence between the political parties and their joint work on the reforms of the judiciary, of the education reform, of the social issues, when we only witness the personal revenge? We don't see the free and just court against the political leaders, in particular with the third president of Georgia, Mikhail Saakashvili, and what we have witnessed with regard to him transferring from one prison to another location, and it has been seen by the entire world. It was a real catastrophe, and it cannot be called any sign of the coexistence and the willing of the political will of the coexistence. And last but not least, of course, the coordination with our international partners. As Professor Nodia mentioned rightly, on the declaration note, of course, there is in the Constitution the will of joining in the NATO and the European Union, but when it comes to the real work, we managed, the ruling party managed to annul the hardly agreed document with the participation on the highest level from the European Union and with the participation of the United States. I don't want to blame only one side, but the major role and the major responsibility goes to the government of Georgia and to the ruling party. What we see nowadays that we don't see that Georgia is really, and the ruling party is really ready to act decisively with regard to the possible new invasion, new wave of invasion of Russian Federation in Ukraine. I see the condemnation of the Georgian Ministry of Foreign Affairs statement on the cyber attack on the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Ukraine. I see the communication in the trio format, but we don't see the solidarity, and we don't see the firmness of the Georgian government. I remember very well that Georgian government was always sticking to the position that it's not the issue for the little countries, it's not the issue for us. Let us, the big states and big guys, solve this issue among themselves. And I have never heard the statement from the leadership of Georgia, current leadership of Georgia, to providing the weaponry to Ukraine as soon as possible. So, having said that, I don't have too much ground for the optimism, but and I have not talked about the elimination of the state institutions. The state capture is what we are witnessing today. Just few days ago, the state inspector's office has been dismantled just because only for the reason that they made the conclusion on this transfer of Saakashvili, violation of his rights. So institutions are falling one by one is on the principle of domino, and there are few remaining in this country. This is the NGOs, this is the media, critical media, and the free people from the writers and painters who are under the most severe attack right now, in these hours, in nowadays. So I don't know what to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alex, for a very interesting contribution. And I share this, your views about the support to the Ukraine, because sometimes I also feel that Georgia, I'm not saying that Georgia should irritate Russia. That's not the option at all. But I think, if you look to bilateral relations between Ukraine and Georgia, there's a societal sympathy. There's a, huge links, historical links, and Georgian society as well as Ukrainian society supports each other for their independence, security, and Euro-Atlantic integration. And unfortunately, I don't see that current government, as you mentioned, they're doing something minimal, but I don't see that they're doing what Georgia could do. I think I have a feeling sometimes that the Georgian foreign policy, little bit, how to say, of course, changed after when Georgian Dream came to the power. But main question which we should address ourselves is that what Georgia wants. Does Georgia wants to be object of the foreign policy, or Georgia wants to be the subject of foreign policy? And I see that so far we are object of the foreign policy, and this is clear when we see this, reaction towards Ukraine and some other. Again, I'm saying that. Of course, the minimal things there was done, the support towards Ukraine. There was also a meeting with NATO Secretary General of the Foreign Minister. But for instance, if you look at the Ukrainian side, I've seen several op-eds written by Foreign Minister, I don't know, high-level officials, civil society, in different media. And for instance, if Australian citizen wants to hear what is the position of Georgia regarding these Ukrainian events, and Ukrainian events is very important for Georgia, because we should not forget, and I think we all know that if Russia manages its geopolitical aims in Ukraine, second target, it will be Georgia, because Mr. Putin has still unfinished business in Georgia. And sometimes my impression is that I just don't want to blame only government, but all society, that sometimes what's going around Ukraine is that we think that it's somewhere far away and it doesn't really affect us. And I think this is really misleading, and we have to be more vigilant towards this threat which related to Ukraine, and because this is actually concerns to us. Having said that, I don't want to hijack much of the time. We actually have a few minutes probably for Q&A, and I would like to ask people to identify yourself and to ask